Buddothpada PeoTV, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada PeoTV, Buddothpada.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The dumbest flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada PeoTV, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on, until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada PeoTV, Buddothpada. Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada PeoTV, bright as the sun. May your holy word
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada PeoTV. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada PeoTV. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada. Let awakening begin.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. May all be blessed with triple gem. And I bow down to our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpada for his noble guidance. And today, just to start with summarizing some of the important explanations shared by the Buddothpada there's the Dhamma that we have been hearing, we have been trying to contemplate within us. We were not able to realize it within us, and we were all scattered in every part of the Dhamma, trying to kind of having this summarized in a way that one can understand how to start the beginning of the Dhamma and the middle of the Dhamma and the end, which is the realizing this, the Nibbana. Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse has explained and summarized this in a way that people like us who has been trying to understand and walk in this path. And the when we hear the Buddhist philosophy, it is based on the principle of the cause and effect, and it is all this time we have been thinking that it's all based on the karma. What comes around goes around. That was one of the common phrase that we hear, and we thought the Dhamma is all about the karma. But when you go deep inside into this, the learning, we understand that it is based on the cause and the effect doctrine. This may sound very simple, but for someone to understand this pure Dhamma, we need guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. Kalyana Mitra is the person who has already walked in this path and realized this. Only when we have that guidance, one can clear in whenever we kind of get stuck in understanding this. The Kalyana Mitra will guide us. We have heard that the sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, touch are the cause, and the effect is the creation of the self or soul. So that's the creation of the self. It is a very it is a very in a very it's very remarkable, and that the explanation regarding this subject is also very unique. And it is a very practical journey, and we cannot put this practical aspect of this Dhamma into words or write in a book. Only with the practical experience we can understand and realize this principle. And all this time we thought that it is through the concentration meditation that when someone leaves everything and goes to a quiet place and sit and try to avoid the thoughts that are coming to your mind, or concentration on how you experience this, then you try to understand how the thought process happens, and then you stop these thoughts coming to your mind, and that is when you can understand this Dhamma. However, unless you clear the knowledge, the path, you will not be able to achieve this. You need to have that insight, that super knowledge, that wisdom to about how that the concept of a self created, and how it will be dissolved. And you need to do this through the practice. And if mind is what is all that you need to understand, that there is also a way to liberate from it. So we have to understand that how we feel like we are existing, and the process of that energy and the currents that make us feel that we are alive. When you see that the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment, that you will see that there's no truth that can be found in the rapidly disappearing thought. If the object comes real in the mind, then there is a self or soul. So this is called Ajatta and Bahita. Just to go a little bit further about this subject, the Ajatta and Bahita means that how that everything that when you awake to this moment through our thoughts are called the Nama and Rupa, name and form. The when you we always associate our thoughts. We always associate with our thoughts. We use thought is everything we do, and in our speech, we use our thoughts. Everything that everything you feel like you alive up, it's comes to you through a thought. And the stimuli, the aromana that comes from one of our six senses, which is our six senses are the sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the mind consciousness. When we accept that stimulus or the aromana as a thing, it is called a thought or sita. But we haven't investigated within ourselves or have that awareness that these thoughts are just like clouds passing by. A thought comes, and unless you have that true knowledge how these thoughts are constructed, how the mind is constructed, you will believe that thought is you and it's real, and you will cling to that thought, and it will take you to many places, many experiences, and you will be deluded by that. We live in a pool of thoughts, and we didn't know how to separate from our mind. And Aryan Hansi actually explains in many sermons, many discussions, that you have to use your mind to understand the Dhamma, but unless you understand that how to separate yourself from the mind, that you will get lost in these thoughts, and you will think that thought is that something is actually there outside, or something you exist. And just to go a little bit about with an example to understand what a thought is. Let's say that we see a tree in front of us. Then our mind or the sita or thought will have that the tree in front of us, and that is the stimulus that is the tree. The seeing that the consciousness, it comes as a thought. But because that tree formed through the name nama, through the name and the form, that as soon as we see that name and the form comes in place and will form a tree. But does it mean that it really exists outside? or it's you seeing it through a thought. And we, for a newborn baby, it's just an outside object for them. It hasn't formed as a tree for the baby, because that hasn't been established with the name and a form. So a newborn baby will feel it through their senses, but that outside object will not form in the mind in a way that someone who has already been taught that this is a tree that has formed in a mind. And also, if from a different language, if someone call a tree, but if we don't know that name, it will not form in our mind too. And now, isn't it that an illusion that and has been tricked our mind, that we believe that that tree really exists outside? What we think that comes from outside, it's a signal, and it's a thought, that signal, that what we assume that a tree existed. But and to our fault is that without that understanding or the knowledge, the true Dhamma, that we will see that we will believe that the outside world truly exists. And to go to the understanding of the word, the Ajata and Bahita, which is the inside and outside, which means that that you the fact that you accept and believe in what you see outside, which Ajata means that what you think from here, which is from the inside, from you believe that what you think from here or inside exists outside. So you have created an inside and an outside. You have created that. So you believed there is something inside, and that what you believe from there, you believe that it exists outside. It is you who created that. You created that duality. You have created that two ends. But truly, these two sides don't exist. The fact that we believe there is a tree outside. So we believe that it doesn't mean that There's no tree outside. It is there, but that's how our mind trick us with this name and form. The concept of the tree was formed due to color and a sound. So, and one point of your life, someone showed an object outside and told you that it is the tree. And these two, the color and the sound together, it formed that mind, that thought. The sound signal and the color signal, they came together and formed a chitta taranga, and that spark, that vibration. So as soon as we hear the sound, we remember the shape, and that the vibration occurred. And if when we see the shape, we remember the sound, remember the name. Have you realized this within you, that everything you experience is through its and vibration, that the name and the sound and the color combined together form that thought. But that the tree that we saw outside, do you think that everyone experienced that in the same way that an individual, that my experience is maybe that tree is a tree that in your compound, and you have too much memories on it, and that may be a mango tree that you have eaten the mangoes all your life, and that bond, that the feeling that you have for that tree. Maybe someone who walks in the path and the road and see that tree, it will not give you the same sensations, the same experience that what you experience how you feel when you see that tree. So isn't it that how our mind trick us in every day, everything what you experience in your life? And the Lord Buddha said that our thoughts create our world. Chittena niyati loke. We see only thoughts. The sound and color comes together and creates a spark, which makes us believe that what is outside is true. The mind consciousness, or the manovinyana, makes it a thing and accept it as a book or table. This continuous firing of sparks and dying of sparks, which happens continuously, renew thoughts in our mind consciousness. When we see, so when that is the magic, the manovinyana creates this. So when you open your eyes and you see the tree, but when you close your eyes, isn't it that you see the same tree? That is like you experience that through your mind, that comes through a thought. And because of that actually Salayatana Loko Loko means that because of the six senses, we feel and believe that we are living. We think that all what we see around us exists. That feeling of being alive gives us the illusion of a self. You think that you exist and that you feel also that you exist. We also believe that the tree or the table or the chair that is in front of us is truly exist. That is the feeling of self, our illusion. And that is the magic that our mind, the mind consciousness created. We create. So someone will ask that question, what is the purpose of understanding this? Why do we have to understand how the outside, what do we have to know that how the outside world is created? The Lord Buddha brought the Dhamma, and the main purpose of understanding this, how the thought, the creation of the mind, what we have to know is because we create thoughts of the raga, dvesha, moha. We cling to this materialistic world through the raga, dvesha, and moha. Either we will attached and or we will have the craving, or we will experience everything through dvesha, ill will, anger, or the delusion that everything exists. So that is how that creation of the cycle, the samsara, you will spin in this wheel of samsara. And within our mind consciousness, and these keep igniting, and like sparks at every moment, these sparks will always keep igniting as long as we breathe. All these we will live with that continuous igniting like sparks. There is nothing as ajatta or inside or bahita outside. We could also say that there is only one end, which is this end actually does not exist. The tree that we took as an example, it does not exist. It's only a frequency in sound and a frequency in color that comes together to make a thought wave or a chittaya. Nothing else comes to these six senses except for the color to the seeing, sound to the hearing. You see a color, but it's just a seeing, and you hear, it's just a smell. It's just the hearing. A taste to the taste sense, and cold and warm to the touch sense, and thoughts to the mind consciousness. What we feel is the coming together of these sense of perceptions, and that perception of a self exists, or we call it Sakkaya Ditthi, that everything that happens to me, myself, me, I am doing it, that feeling of the being alive. And the Paticca Samuppanna means that the process of coming together of all these senses, it is that the dependence of cause and the condition. Due to this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. And it is something that you really have to investigate within yourself and apply within yourself and understand this. That when the thought that there is a when you need to understand that outside does not exist. The inside that thoughts and me concept too does not exist. The thought that there is a tree outside is just only a thought. It cannot be found outside. Neither can you find that tree. That when you understand this, the thought lose their value, and it does not mean anything to you. And then when you lose that value, that thoughts do not mean anything, you stop believing in thoughts, you stop accepting thoughts, and then you won't get tricked or deluded by the thoughts. And when you stop believing that in the outside, that understand that an inside all there's no there's no outside exist, there is no inside exist, you will experience that losing the value that you have given to these outside objects, how they fade away. And as a result, the thought will not form at this right moment. The thought will cease to materialize in this right moment. The forming of an image with the sound will not take place, and then you realize that truth, that there is no outside and there is no self or inside. Then you will be able to come out of this illusion of the mind consciousness. You realize the truth that the tree that you thought existed outside does not exist outside, and neither does it exist in a thought. And we stop giving a value to the book. We know that what we thought does not exist. Then the book that we see is also a thought, and we know that it does not exist. When we do give any value to a thought, when we do not give any value to a thought, it ceases to exist. Then the book that we see is also a thought, and now we know that it doesn't exist. And when we come out of that illusion that the book or the tree exists outside, you come into this Arya Shunyatavya, which is the nothingness. There's nothing to experience in that moment. From that moment onwards, that you will not give any value to what you experience, because you have already understood that what you experience is an illusion. We live our daily lives as normal, but we don't have that strong belief that what we see outside truly exists, and that we become awakened to the fact that these thoughts do not exist anywhere either, and that this is an illusion. And Aryan Mahanse has given a lot of examples and metaphors that for someone to kind of understand this concept and to be able to pass this knowledge facts into the life. And Aryan Mahanse has explained that when an image inside a mirror are not real, that they are only an image. The same way, even if we see everything in the world, we know that they don't exist. But it is a creation of mental construct. It's a thought that we associate this materialistic world through thoughts. When we have that deep insight and understanding that the super knowledge and that the jnana, then nothing will matter to you in life. The values you have given to the outside world, the mental suffering you have experienced all this life, all this time, because of someone said something, someone did something to you, will fade away. You will not, when you lose that value given to your individual experiences, and that comes through your thoughts, nothing will matter to you. And then when you stop believing in thoughts, you go beyond the thought. And this is when you are able to see the pure truth, the moment of awakening. When you have that deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, you will be awakening to this moment. And at that point, you will be able to let go of belief in the nama, means that thoughts, belief of an inside, and the rupa means image or form, belief that the outside exists. So the nama came through inside, and the rupa means that image or the form that which is in the outside. Then that awakening to the moment take place. And at this point, awakening to the moment, this moment does not belong to the concept of time, because there aren't any thoughts at this very moment. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. So that is that your God, your super awareness takes place. When you have that awareness to this moment, that you start seeing everything clearly. And your mind will be purified at this moment, because you have that deep understanding how a thought is created, an outside world created, the mental construction happens. And if the birth of the cycle, that the birth and the death of that cycle, which form through your senses. It's not the we call it Sammati Marana or Sammati. It's just how that the birth of the I is formed through your senses. You are being born when your senses be born. So you see the tree and you accept that it is a thing that really exists outside, and that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins, and that is where the attachment happens. In the Paticca Samuppada Dharma, the avidya pachya sankhara means that that is when you have that contact, and when you see that the outside sorry the outside thing that really exists outside, and that is the birth happens, and that is how that your raga dvesha moha and your delusion that you've been, where you either the attachment or the aversion begins. This happens due to the ignorance that you do not have. When we don't have that the right knowledge and the true awareness, the thoughts, creations, and that is when you start feeling the anger, attachment, aversion, and all these delusions. You'll be deluded because because that happened because of the duality that your mind inside and outside that has been created. The truth is that there's nothing outside, and the outside is only a thought. And you will never meet your thought from outside. And when you have that right understanding that how the sound, the color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes that spark, how that mind construction creates the outside world. And that is then you will we will start seeing that mind actually doesn't exist inside the body. Even the we will then start seeing that it's just that you see and it's you hear and you taste. It's just will just become a feeling like that. Um, it's just become experience. So when you are awakened to this right moment, you will not experience. You will you will exp- you will see that the thought will not create like uh, when you are awakened to this moment, when a thought comes at the beginning, when you will see how thought comes, and then you will have to kind of apply this knowledge to understand that how the thought creates, how that thought will creates the outside world, and there's no outside world. It happens in a systematical way. Through it's a process, and when you have that understanding, you will know that the ignorance will go away, and your super awareness will work as a bodyguard or guard in front of you, just not letting that passing through. It will work as a filter that you will the perception the right you will have that right perception, and you will start seeing everything clearly. So when you are awakened to this moment that we know now, when you are awakened to this moment, there is no nama that comes from the inside, and rupa, which is outside, um, will not exist. And just simply being aware means that that you will be able to get away from that illusion of the mind, or vijnana maya, the illusion that made by coming together that nama and the rupa. And just um, when you have that understanding, when you hear a sound, it automatically connects to a shape or a thing. So we know now, sound means it is also a thought, and that sound is also a thought that comes from within, that sound, we recognize that sound through a thought, and that is something that everything needs the practice. That when we hear Dhamma, we listen to Dhamma every day, but unless we start applying this knowledge within us, now when we hear a sound, unless you investigate and analyze within yourself that that sound is a thought, and how that thought, that sound, that come from the nama and the rupa, inside and outside thing, will materialize something as existing outside. And when you experience that something is outside, which means from the other side, you also exist. Every time something materialize from the outside, there is also from the other end a self, or me, myself, created. So that is the true, that is why the importance of understanding this Dhamma comes into place, because everything that created is within a self. You being created, there is someone who experienced this, and there is someone who has that suffering, the mental suffering, physical suffering, because we don't have that right knowledge. So this awareness is the wisdom, or the filter that purifies everything. And when you are awakened to this right moment, that is the practice that we have to do, that how to be aware, how to be alert, how to be awakened to right this moment. So this is something we all, if one has set this mind to walk in this the path to realize the nibbana, the freedom from the suffering, the freedom from your mind suffering, and to end this samsaric the journey, one has to listen to Dhamma and then start practicing within you. That it is important to learn to be awakened to this moment with that pure knowledge. Then nothing will go beyond a thought. it will not create that mental world, the pool of world that we live in, the thoughts, the world full of thoughts, which is the mind. One will be able to separate and from the ignorance and be aware and awaken to this pure moment. Then one can live. You will live your day-to-day life, but that mental suffering through cravings, evasion, and the delusion that you will live 100%. You will live as a pure human, that without being diluted through your thoughts, because every thought that comes to you will not be ignorant to accept those thoughts. You know those thoughts are like clouds. They just come and goes. It just, you will have that super awareness to recognize these thoughts. And when that, when you stop materializing the outside world, you will also not create that, the duality of me, I, it happens to me, or it is me who is done, it is done by me, or it happens to me, or that everything, that self-centered world. And you will be able to get away from that self, the perception of me or myself. And with that, I will conclude my talk today. And may the Triple Gem bless you all. And I worship Buddothpada RM for his tireless efforts to bring this Dhamma to all of us. And may you all find peace and happiness in everything you do. Therwan Saranai.
Buddothpada Buddothpada. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation, your liberation that comes through. Buddothpada, Buddothpada.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sir. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 72. Therefore, you should be very careful and be mindful not to go to the extremes, anta, and avoid creating a duality which will deviate you from the path to nirvana. Supposing you concentrate on the statue of the Buddha, you might develop a strong liking to the statue, and if you are not able to come out of that excessive liking for the statue, you would again create an extremity at this point. If you create a duality, you would not be able to experience the nothingness or the emptiness. Whenever your mind goes to an extreme by getting attached to either the Buddha statue or the feeling of bliss while meditating, you should use your wisdom to come out of all those distractions. They create a duality of like or dislike. For example, if you develop a strong liking to the Buddha statue, you will have an attachment towards the statue. Attachment means they are thoughts. You need to maintain awareness and wisdom to detect how your mind works. If you have not generated any thoughts, then there is no problem. If you have generated thoughts, that means the thoughts will take you in this samsara, in this endless cycle of rebirth and death. To be honest, thoughts are the most dangerous to have because thoughts generate even more thoughts. Thoughts prevent you from going on the path. It is not easy to prevent the continuous stream of thought that comes to your mind. If we escape from our thoughts, we would be able to experience that lightness and the emptiness. Let thoughts come and go. We should avoid generating greed, tanha, pride, man, and I-ness or any other feelings towards the thoughts you receive. Avoid feeling that the thoughts belong to you, Ditya. By letting go of the thoughts that you receive, you would not generate feelings of lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. You should let go of thoughts without creating an attachment or dislike towards them. When you let go of your thoughts, you don't create a feeling of burning within your mind. Therunsan body.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි වහන්සේ. Let's worship our වහන්සේ. And yeah, so I think we are discussing on the same kind of aspects we discussed yesterday about the rebirth, how this samsaric journey works. Actually, we can talk about it today. Surangika, how about joining in and starting the discussion? Is it possible?
Not Sunlight, Dr. Kokila. Yes,
Yeah.
certainly. But I couldn't listen to any of the talks today. This morning, I was out the whole day. Maybe we can think of some topic. I can see that Joel has not joined, but we seem to have another guest. Maybe we can ask whether they have a question for us. Kamala, who has joined the discussion, is there anything that you'd like to ask? I think she's just left the Zoom.
We can start discussing anything in that sense. Actually, Aranwanse's sermons these days are very comprehensive, very deep as well. So, but we have discussed this to a length that you know how to stop this cycle of birth is not that easy, but it is possible with this no self angle, no self. It's not a new view. It's actually understanding how the self view has happened and how the self perception has occurred. And because it wasn't done by you or anyone else, it just happens because of the system. And if we understand how this works, actually there's nothing will surprise you, nothing will like make you really into this dream. This all the perceptions we have, I mean, from a time you can remember to now, you have maybe don't know, maybe millions or what, how much thoughts we have, how much data we have, and all these carry away because we felt them as real anyway. And after listening to our enhances discussions, our enhances sermons, we have realized that yes, we feel like that, yes, it is there, but how did this burning come from? How did this feel, the alive feel come from? If we take a baby, actually a baby also has this taints. We call them taints, but actually we can say like it has a power as well. So when when this power is there, it continues to build up, and the sensory organs, when they vibrate together, they form the thought. This is a beautiful process which we have to understand, where humans have that thinking ability. It's not unique to any other animal, not unique at all. It's just the humans who have this ability of thinking, an ability of having thoughts. So this constructive thinking power. We are not saying that the animals do have perceptions, but their thinking ability is very minimal. They have perceptions. They have perceptions of food. They have perceptions of threats. Their bodily reactions all depend on them. So if you take a mouse will have the scent, and they get trained. If you actually do a research, you can see how they are trained, how they not get practice, but how their system practice this finding food and also run away from danger. But the thing is, there's no much thinking ability, even though they have those minimal perceptions of food and the threat to the life. In an animal like worm, they have just the skin. They don't have the vision or the sound kind of thing, but they can feel the vibration. That's how they can feel the vibration. That's the function of the skin. So these abilities of the animals are different, and we are talking about the humans. So the humans have the ability, they have 5 senses. Usually they have 5 senses, which are namely as the eyes, ears, skin, nose, and tongue. They have the basic ability to feel, main feelings. The feel is the function of the sensory organ, and in there also the sensory organ function. The consciousness itself is due to rapid vibration of the sensory organ. It's very imperative to understand the quality of these sensory organs, because that's all we have. We don't have anything else. It's just sensory organs. And why we felt it's my sensory organ is the problem, because we have been feeling that it is my skin, my eye, my ear, my ears, my tongue, my nose, and kind of have that perception that everything is mine. So where does that come from? Or is it someone else's if it is not mine? Well, actually, this if you really try to get into this system, you will understand if you actually in the field, it's just the field. You don't have the big story. So it's just a feel in the sense it's not giving perception of chair or book or table. But once the mind is setting in, once the mind is formed, kind of the thought is formed, the thought itself, like chair, has all the qualities of the sensory organs, but at the same time, that power behind the consciousness, that the feel that it's happening here, because of the fast vibratory effect, is giving the power for the thought as well. So that's what happened. So the thought, you feel that the chair is existent, that chair, you just feel it first, and then there's always a perception from whatever the data we have. The perception itself gives rise to a view, because we have the thinking ability, gives a view that, okay, this is chair. And when we have that outward manifestation, like a projection, there's definitely there's a thought like it's me here. So the I, me, mine, my ear, my eyes, my skin, my thoughts, my body, there's a whole lot of things. It's okay. I mean, we just use the words, but the actual thing is, what we had was only the experience. That's the main thing. If you see something, that's the only experience that we have. The I, me, my part is just a additional thinking pattern. So we keep understanding this, how this works, but important thing is to feel this as well, because non-vibration is always there, but we can't just the manifestation of non-vibration is very, 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 very rare. I mean, we can't really say very, 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 because the Lord Buddha has given so much example to say how much very rare for that is. So, so the feel of non-existence, or feel to absence of a life feel, when it won't just come up without without any understanding of this system. So that when you understand the system, that you just understand it's only the experience that was there. What? Well, you hear something. That is the experience you have. And you see something. That's the experience you have. You feel something. That's the experience you have. And you get the thoughts. I'll do this, I'll do that. This is my culture. This is the way I am. This is how my family is. This is my job. This is my house. At the end, when the system collapses due to the stopping of the respiration, or the stopping of this system due to some reason, when the respiration stops, the thinking stops. That's what the main thing happens, not just the body itself. It's just the thinking stops, and the power to the body is not there anymore. That's why the body is like a piece of wood. If you have seen bodies without the life, it's just like a piece of wood, piece of rock in that sense. So what happens is that we say the life is not there. Why do you say life is not there? That is because there's no alive feel. We can feel it, others can feel it. So when the life field is not there, we call them, okay, he has died or she has died. So the understanding this perception is very difficult, very, very difficult, because before 1 or 2 years you didn't have any perceptions. Slowly you start to get perceptions. If you remember your first memory, if you remember, actually, I don't know, someone may not remember, someone may remember. You just have random thoughts from the childhood. You don't have the whole thing. If someone says something, it might come back to you, but usually you don't. So the main important specific things are there. So the telepathization, keeping, when you just telepathize again and again. So if it is a mother, if this the thought mother keeps happening again and again, this is going to get strong, very strong. That's okay. You just have to know this, because that's a natural process. That's a natural process of understanding. You know, the understanding the process is what is happening here. You just understand how you become, you know, the how this power becomes more and more when the time goes on. So to understand or actually feel that one moment, a fraction of a second, is actually just one experience is like very important, because that's where the whole thing can be untangled, or because everything is closely knitted, all the views, the chair, the family, the house, job, you know, aspirations. You have so much future plans. It's okay to have them. It's just understanding how the system works is the main important thing. So we said yesterday also, it is very important to do this research. Whether it is scientific, whether it is spiritual, it doesn't matter. If you go somewhere and you see how there's experience of seeing, you have experience of seeing, but the problem is there's a seeing, but why do we feel that I'm seeing? That's the duality kind of thing that we get. But when we understand that it is not true, it's not a big deal at all, it doesn't become a thing. And when you awaken from the dream, even for a fraction of a second, it doesn't matter. But if you awaken from the dream, you can feel the vibratory nature of the sensory organ, whatever the one which started the thought. So that at that particular moment, if you understand this consciousness or the feel, is actually vibratory nature of the sensory function. So it can be mind sensor, it can be the eye sensor, it can be the ear sensor, it can be the skin, nose or tongue sensor. So isolating this experience and understanding these chains and understand how this was misunderstood is really important for everything. We can't just drop one part of Dhamma and try to feel this. We can't. You have to get this as a whole. You can't really separate anything, because even even the Pratipada that Aranavan says, like, asking everyone to follow, is also trying to, it's a kind of unfolding of an experience. And that whole experience in one moment is where you actually feel that it doesn't do anything because it's just one moment. But it actually gives you some feel about what this vibration and what this non-vibration is. So there's always a chance to feel that again and again and again. If all the thoughts are happening in the same way, there's an around. So if we keep understanding this system, cycle of birth, that's what was the topic was revolving around. How do we stop this power happening now? If the power is not happening now, only we can talk about this thought recycle. Because thought recycle happens even now. We are not talking about anything about the death and being born. Actually, yesterday I missed that part because I thought it would be too comprehensive. But I can elaborate on that today. Actually, this cycle of birth is happening now and here. So if a thought is felt as a thing and the self-view is there, definitely even the next thought is going to have that. And next thought is going to have that too. So you are being born in every thought. So the cycle of birth is anyway there. So when you feel like there is someone, or you keep thinking like that, there's always the feel that there's someone to die. So the time we talked about time, can't remember whether we actually talked about that in English Zoom. So the time is actually another perception. It's a perception that that's been discussed even in scientific world. If you go to the latest scientific data, people are actually discussing about how quantum fields are matching each other even they are far apart. So how the time becomes irrelevant. Actually, it's irrelevant. So, but how do we feel a time then? We feel a time when we are in this mind world or the dream, because this happens so fast. We feel like they are linked, and also we kind of have a perception of time, perception of past, perception of future, perception of existing, perception of self, perception of being alive, perception of everything. Actually, even the emotions, they are perceptions, but we have the feel too. But when we start discussing them, in the sense when we have the thoughts also. So, because we as humans are very good in turning on this machine of thoughts, very, very good in that. So the more powerful your thought system is, more powerful your thoughts would be. So cycle of birth, it is happening now and here. So the cycle of birth, it will continue to happen anyway. If there is power, exactly. If you are having a urge for the next one and the next one and the next one, definitely even with the stopping of respiration, there is an urge for the next one anyway. The power, extra power to maintain the field, to maintain the dream, to maintain the self, kind of all the thoughts. Like if someone is actually drawn to the outside, anyway, they will try to keep things. I want my son, I want my daughter, I want my, so there's everything will be external kind of feeling, you know. I want my home, I want to die in my home, I don't want to die in hospital, something like that. So you have kind of a lot of perceptions, but they're all related to outside. So you want something and sometimes you don't want something. So there's always these two extremes, whether you hate something, whether you love something. So whether you like something, whether you dislike something. So there's a extreme. But actual feel, there's nothing like that. It's just the consciousness. So, but non-vibration is not the consciousness. It's beyond that. So when we understand that the consciousness or the feel is just the occurrence of sensory organs, this power, there's no possibility of sympathizing into that power, because there's always this system of synchronicity, matching the vibration. So when the vibration is not there, there's no match. So so we have kind of, if we have a vibration, there would be a power. When we have a power, there would be a vibration. So it's very important. So if you have a power, definitely if there's a matching vibration out there, it can be in any realm. It doesn't matter if it's matching. It will be there. This is all discussed even in science now. It's just that it hasn't come in that light. They talk about it in different levels, quantum levels, string theory, everything. They talk about this, but they don't talk about this in comparison to life. But I saw like an article recently where someone was talking about that there's something before the actual birth. What they call actual birth is the baby coming to life. But yeah, so people are trying to understand this, what this power is, what is this, because this was happening long time ago, when in Buddha's time also people are trying to understand this, how this suffering happens, why people die, why people go old, why people get sick, why people why people are trying to find truth. Is there a truth? Some question this in different ways. Some question, why am I alive? Why am I born? Am I born for a purpose, or am I just born out of chance? Or what is happening here? You know, like, am I going somewhere after this? Or is there a place I'm going? Or is that just another thought? So we don't actually talk about all these aspects much, because even the thought of chair, everything is there in that. If the thought of chair, if you feel that it is real, everything else is real too. So we can't really you know, that's how we understand. Whether you're thinking about the politics of the world next time, that's the same thing. Politics of the world, chair, just another thought. So whether you're thinking about the next birth, or whether you're thinking about where you are going after that birth, or whether you are going to die in a nursing home, or the home, whatever, they are all thoughts. So that's the thing you have to understand, all the thoughts. So the actions, if you take about the actions, just we'll talk about the actions. If we say run, we have like a visual perception of the running. We have the sound running. We have the idea of running. So it's again a perception. When there's a defect in this system, if someone says run, like the child, even the elderly person who can't, who has defects in the system will not understand, so they will stare at you even if you talk English for the whole life and someone says run. I have seen this a lot. I see this a lot when people are very old. They can't understand the simple words that they used to know. So the action also is missing. But if they want to, they might run. But just that that the link is not there. So how does that happen? That there's a derangement of the perception that we had. So this is very important to understand. Even the actions are actually perceptions, even though we feel that I'm walking. Actually, walking is a perception we have. And in that actual feel, maybe just the feel of the sole of the foot. But we feel that we are walking. So we listen to bird sounds, but actually what happens is vibration of the ear. It's so fast that you feel that power, extra power. And when that is actually zero, you can feel that it is not falling, that perception is not falling either this way or that way. So the duality is actually gone and there's no power. So it's very important to understand this experience. Just for a moment, at least if you can understand this experience or feel this experience, that's a good word. If you have to understand, yes, but you have to feel that when someone says the outside is actually your perceptions, you can feel how much lighter you would feel. But then still you are inside the dream. So you have to understand none of these perceptions are actually true. They are like vibratory, a kind of a vibration or kind of a current-like thing that if we try, it's a way of trying to understand this. This is not needed for a person who does not know all these things. You don't really need to go on to these things. You just have to understand whatever we think actually not true. They are just in the mind, and whatever we feel is just the fast vibration of the sensory organs. It could be mind, it could be the other 5 sensory organs. It's the most effective thing that you can feel the non-vibration. The life feel will not be there, and you just understand that well, if the burning is not there, that's it. There's no burning. Yes, Suranka, is it possible for you to develop the discussion thereafter?
Thevasanai, Dr. Pofida, I just was reflecting on the perceptions as you were explaining that this whole, I think we touched on it yesterday also, that this whole existence is around perceptions, isn't it? everything that we are associating, which is by process by itself, is arising due to the perceptions. All the concept of living, concept of existence, and concept of vibration are also perceptions. So this whole thing from beginning to end is revolving around perceptions, which is again based on ignorance, but it's such a. I mean, a couple of days ago, there was an experience where my father wanted me to type a poem for him, and so of course the day it was a weekday, and I was hard pressed for time. But while I was typing it, there was this twinge of impatience that got suddenly. So of course it was suddenly detected. But then behind the twinge of impatience, when one examined it, there's this notion that because he was taking time to read it, and as a result, there was a pause after each sentence to type it in. There was a thought that arose saying, could have done something else. So, or, just thought of something else that I could have done. But in that thought itself arose the fact that it's a perception that whatever the thing, I can't remember what it was actually, that thing existed, isn't it? And then moment that was seen, that notion, that little twinge disappeared. Then there was another instance where automatically I had to, a thought arose that my mother had not taken the medicine dosage properly, and before I could even realize, the body was moving towards my mother's room. So that perception was already the perception arose that almost unconsciously, is it? That why was the body moving towards the mother's room? That all that is happening involuntarily, isn't it? And it's that mental picture, and it just, what shall I say, it further reinforces how this chitta rupa or mental picture forms, and these actions happen accordingly, that there is no doer here, kind of thing. The thought arose, and even before the thought could almost finish, the body had already got up, and I was walking towards her room. So there was the perception that is where I had to go to give her the message about the medicine dosage, isn't it? So these little things like that, these have been, I think, with Aryan Mahansa's talks, particularly about in the recent days, about how it's such a perception-driven experience, this whole lived experience that we held on to through ignorance. It keeps getting reinforced. Just thought I'll share that, but there are still instances where that becomes a thing, even in the slightest, even for a flash. The twinge is there, and you probe into why the twinge is there, and behind the probing, behind that, the cause is that there is a thought, or again a perception that something is there, or something else is there, or isn't it? I'm not being very
Yeah, but
clear in the way I'm explaining it.
actually, even in that, going forward, when we try to go forward from that point, it's just a mind sensor, isn't it? It's just mind sensor. That is the thing. So we have to go forward from that point. Again, going forward, we have to actually get it, because several if we take several perceptions that we have had before, they have that twinge anyway. And if you can just, this is the synchronization effect. But when this can happen without that power too, so you might get the idea, oh, we could have done something else without the power too. That's the thing. So it's very difficult. It's very unique to the system to say whether it came with the power or without the power, because you have to remember that anything, any perception have these associated mind, sense, outcome patterns as well. So imagine durian. If durian is actually a fruit in like countries like Sri Lanka, where the smell is so powerful, sometimes you can feel like even vomiting. Others, some person might eat it with so much happiness because they love it. So the smell doesn't really, it doesn't really matter. So the perception itself carries these previous attachments or the emotions. It's like a document attachment, you know. When the document is Googled or researched, the attachments also come, kind of like that. So it's very important to move forward from that, understanding how this works, how the thought of something happening to the family, something happening to the kids, or something happening to the parents, or something happening to self, how that shaky feeling comes. But if we keep understanding how this system works, you understand this synchronization is such a vast thing, that like a universal thing that happens. It's happening everywhere, and it happens with the whole package. So if there was a thing, in the Sinhala song meeting, someone was talking about how a sound of a message or the text in the phone, like the sound, like we get the sound like ting or something like that, how that brought up everything attached to it. How come that happen? Like it's really interesting to do this research. And when you do that research, you understand there's no self there. It's just how this system works. I know that research about this really works. It really works. And this, when this happens, misunderstanding that it's my memory is really, that's what we knew. I mean, if I remember something, I would say, yeah, I remembered. Who else remembered? I remembered. This synchronicity or the telepathization or the equal vibrations, how they work and how they bring up the whole package of emotions. If someone says, even like the mother, even like the word mother, someone, it will bring the whole closeness to that mother. But the experience we talked about some time back about the person from the beautiful lady, the person from Canada, her problem. So telepathization or synchronization into that thought, how it brings unpleasantness. So this is how the synchronicity works. And so is there a self here? Or is there a system like this? So we keep understanding the system. So if we are time bound and we have had this rat race, tell me about it. No, I think Suranka will really agree about that time based rat race we have. So that's why we are pressed. We are actually pressed, so we kind of feel the tension, but that's actually in a thought, and that how does that happen? I could have done this in 5 minutes, but because this topic is chosen, it is going to take so much time. So the synchronicity is a beautiful thing to understand how this mind sensor works, how this, the field that what Aranwanse is talking about, how the field synchronizes to the whole samsaric journey. It's a beautiful thing that it's a field, but the thought also has this pattern. The thinking process also has this pattern, but the field process also has this pattern. So it's everywhere, the synchronicity, how it works. So has there been a self here? No. But definitely there is a synchronicity. That's why there is a cycle of birth. So it's isn't it beautiful, Suranka? So it's really interesting to understand how this works, and moving forward, as I told you, we need to understand how this system works. And the way you keep misunderstanding that it is the fringe of self, no, it is this system, how it works. More you understand this, more you feel this, more you feel this, more you will feel a non-vibration. Because
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, the thing that I wanted to ask, I must have tried to find some time to speak to our advance also on that point. When he says Gatinimiti, also, or the taints or cankers also have to, gradually dissipate, because sometimes, the system, depending on the way it has been programmed, and this single vibration in this moment is capturing the essence of the entire samsaric cycle vibration. And if one
that is if there's a vibration, though.
it's a vibration, yes.
If there's a vibration here only, there's synchronicity. It doesn't happen if there's no vibration here. If there's no vibration here, there's no power here.
Yeah, so that Gatinimiti thing, if there is a character, when I say character, that particular system, if there is a, what shall I say, how we have talked in the past about some people having very patient attitude. Some personalities are very quiet, even if they don't have access to the Dhamma, even their vibration is very low. Then there are some people who are generally, what shall I say, either restless or quick-tempered or various things like that. So that could be also from the Gatinimiti, the taints, isn't it? Gatinimiti is taints, I think. And
I think both are talking about the same thing, though, the vibration or the power. Yeah.
Okay. So that part, how Warren once also says that there are certain things that even one cannot figure out on one's own, and he kind of gets Sonamari's help also to help mothers unravel the spots where they don't know. Now you might say that this is another thought that is being uttered here, but that was the point that I wanted to clarify with Aryan Vahansa, whether the Gatinimiti, the cankers, can still come in the form of, I mean, uh, it it can that be just dismissed as it's the mind sensor, or is there something that needs to be? Now the problem there is, if you keep thinking that there is a something, it's almost like the catch-22 thing that you have explained, isn't it? That there are catch-22s all over the place.
Yeah, but then initially you will feel that power. If you feel that power, you definitely feel it with so much power. So much, the vibratory power is so much. But then when you go on experiencing it again, if you experience it again, you can feel that the power is less. And that's how an arahant would know that the power is zero. So there is always kind of reduction of this power anyway. The main thing is, the main risk of how your thought pattern is going would be the risk of getting stuck on that. That's all. Otherwise, if you really, because this arupa, or the field side, or the anchor side, or the taint side, is you can't really think about it and change it. It automatically reduces with the change of the
Yeah,
self
true.
view.
Yeah.
So you can't really do anything there because
Yeah,
it's
you can't wish it away, isn't it?
yeah, you can't. But then we keep understanding that whatever the thought that is powerful, that thought has this this is because this happens in one thought. That's the problem. The cycle of birth is here. So if one thought has that power, the power is driving force. That's where when the driving force is not there, that's where the risk for the arahants too, like driving force is not there. So the driving force for this whole system is life field. So when the life field is not there, there's no that pull for the push for the next thought. So it's just a fail. But the risk of the risk is your thinking pattern, understanding your thinking pattern. So that if you are thinking about Gatinimiti Kammanimiti, and why you are thinking about it is the problem. It's actually not the thought itself the problem. What is the notion behind that? What is the problem you have behind that? So what is the actual reason for you to worry about that is the problem. So that means that do you have doubts about that it's just just the stimuli only? If it is the stimuli only, there's no self. The doubts about the rebirth shouldn't be there, because when the stimuli is not there, what is there? Nothing. Because after the respiration stops, there's no stimuli. So the whole aspect, the way you look at the problem has to be questioned when you get a question. So when you get a question, what's the underlying reason for that question? So if you get a we have heard so much things about how a Thero was thinking about the
The robe.
robe and how much eagerness for the robe, because that mind went even for the outside, there's a robe and you like the robe. So it's completely, the power is too much when you try to reach something, like it's a kind of complete outside. So if the power is more, definitely power is more, can you feel that?
Yeah.
So, but then if one understands that it's just the perception, power is so much less. You don't reach for things. You don't have to. You don't have the you don't look for what fried rice or milk toffee or whatever. You don't.
Yeah.
Can I say you don't really go shopping to find a thing. You will buy something. It doesn't matter if you go in shopping, you might buy something, but you're not actually purposefully doing it. So you might do it out of a habit. It doesn't matter, but the power is not there. So if it's projecting so to the outside, the power is so much. That's where the Aranwanse was telling. I don't know whether it's today morning that how the person can end up in Nira. How the power is so much that even the respiration might stop and end up in Nira. So how that happens, So because the power, this system can't handle that power. He was talking about it today morning sermon. If you haven't heard, you can listen. It's a beautiful sermon. And how this system can only handle one human kind of nature, human kind of margin. But if it goes to the extremes, can't handle it. So it's not the problem of a person, it's just a system, how it works. So but imagine someone is actually understanding that it's a perception, that power is low, that there's definite reassurance from Lord Buddha that you won't be born in low realms, isn't it? Why? Because there's no way. Why? Because that power is not there to that extent. Because there should be that extreme power to for that to happen, and that power is not there. So that's the reassurance that Lord Buddha has given. So if someone actually, get into the feel away from mind completely, like if it happens completely, and there's no Gatanimiti Kammanimiti thing that you're talking about. Why? Because the perceptions are not true. Perceptions are not true. It's only a feel. In the feel level, if you have felt it, in the feel level, there's no perception. It's just a feel. It's a vibratory nature. And even that, there's still possibility of birth. Why? Even the asanya, for 80 kalpas, there may be no vibration. Still, even that low level of power, what is going to happen? It can vibrate even in 80 kalpas. So that's the risk. So that even in the field level, if the consciousness is the felt as a thing here, when the self view is there, that's what happens. It's always felt as here. So definitely it is going to manifest again. Did you get this point? So what you're going to ask, did you get a sense of it? I don't know whether you got
It's
it.
a bit difficult to grasp, Dr. Kokila. So the twinge,
I think
what you're trying to say, sorry?
I don't know whether the Aramansa is also here. I'm not sure. Are we running out of time?
Oh, actually, I think we might be running
Yes, Kokila.
10 minutes.
Yes,
Therwan
Surangika.
Sarnaya
Yeah.
Everyone, I have an answer.
Yes. Something. Surangika, something. What?
Surangika
Yeah.
was asking about Gatinimiti
Yeah.
and Kammanimiti Aramansa.
If,
Yeah. What
the
is
Gati,
what is
the
that? Yeah.
Gatinimiti Aran Vahansa
What you? Yeah. What you think about? Yeah.
is that also something that yeah, I mean, depending on different characters are advances, some characters can be very patient people. Some people, like from the Gatinimiti itself, they can be
Yeah.
calm.
Especially the ego.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially the ego. Most of guys have the ego. How much have the ego? That's very important. Otherwise, yeah. What's type of that ego? How is that ego coming? What is this ego? Yeah, the most of guys. So how is this egos? How is we are talking about the art. The everybody have the individually arts. What's that art is experience. That's a when someone young and becoming uh, that's a personality. How is that is coming? That's the ego. Is that the other side is ego? That's no. That inside the ego, but we can see the art. You want what you want to do, what your style, what your passion, what you are. Otherwise, this topic uh, is not a spiritual guys. It's a mundane guys, no? It's a normally guys. Because there's ignorance is there. Otherwise, the gatinimiti, kammanimiti is there. I say ignorance also there because they are in the world. So because circle of birth is there, there's the action and effect dhamma. So there is the action and effect dhamma. That's not the cause and effect dhamma because they don't know the truth. It's okay. Gatinimiti and kammanimiti is there. Do you understood what I say? So someone someone understood what is the truth is here. He know this world is not real. So after what's the meaning is that? What's the meaning is that this world is not real? What's the meaning? You are not also here. No, Suranga?
Yes, I am.
So world otherwise side by side, no? Other side is you.
Yeah.
So how much this world real? Someone thinking it's a permanent, it's a real. That is the illusion. Misconception, no? Misunderstand. The misconception also there. So he don't know the truth. That's why. That's why he's there. Someone know the truth, he know nobody is here. System is happening. So how is ego is more than coming? No ego, no more ego is there. Ego is a fading. Why? He know the truth. That's the way. That's the really happening. So Gatinimiti we are talking about the art. Everybody have art. The meaning is the experience as given this art. How Suranga combing the hair, no? How Suranga is smiling. How Suranga is thinking this word. That is your art. Is there. How are you thinking? How are you thinking the fashions and everything? No? What your we are talking about the what's your idea? All of this. It's your story. That's the He have a world. That's why he don't know the truth. He don't know this world is not real. No. So he have death and birth. That's why action and effect also there. No. Someone is
Yes.
thinking that one is real. Is okay. Yeah, everything. No. Is misunderstanding is also there. Because nobody is here. No one is here. Everything happen. Nobody is doing. System is here. That's the dharmata. So we are talking about. No, it's a process. It's nobody is doing this. No one is here. System is everything is happening. No, like a film.
Yes.
Nobody here to worry or sad because no one is here. No, the system is working. No, senses are creating. Only the senses creations. No. Yeah. There is no cause and effect. Dharma. Action and effect is there. That's a common nimitti is what you are doing, what's your what's your we are talking about the ill will, no? Hatred, the craving,
Craving and
what's
all
the
that. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, that's a common nimitti. That's a how much cunning, how much you are doing something. We are talking about Sinhala word is irisya, vaira. So
Yeah.
that's a common nimitti. Because
Yeah.
you have many things. That's why you want it. It's just that's why you are doing many things. So you are thinking many things because you are also there. You want to still here. This world, though you are not still, but you are thinking everything is here. That's why. That's a common enemy. That's a the enemy is your fashion, your style, if your art. No.
Yes.
Otherwise, everywhere inside the ego. No,
The
because
gut.
yeah, someone is there, ego is there. No,
Mhm.
yeah. What do you think about Suranka?
Yeah, that Gatinimiti is the thing that slowly fades.
It's art, it's art, it's art.
But
Art,
it's
your passion, your art. It's your style. It's your
Mhm.
thinking pattern. Yeah, everything is there. Gatini. You see, you because it's a Abhisankan. It's a again and again and happening one thing is coming automatically. That's a Gatinimiti. You think you have a pet, dog or cat is you like dog or cat is okay. After your death, your last briefing is coming, that time is coming, you are thinking the dog
thinking
is
for the
you are
pet. Yeah.
yeah, your pattern is what's the happen is telepathy is your circle of birth, this you are another step, is a dog. Because your mind is coming dog. It's a spark, it's a perception. It's coming. You can't stop it. That's why you are the dog because you know the sutras there, no? It's
Yes,
some
Mania
monk,
Makata.
yeah, some monkeys like that
Yeah.
pagoda. I don't know. Some monks like the that's rope. So after he's becoming an insect, no, that rope, no,
Yes, sir.
that's the Gatinimiti, you know. Some you like something, that you like your home, you like your mom or dad or something. You like some pet, you like some trees or something. They ask you after the death is you are there.
That's what
You'll be
happened.
there. Yeah, you'll be there, no? That's why.
Yes.
I will like it.
Definitely
It's
not.
okay. Congratulations. Next this life. I was telling. Glad to meet.
And also this
Okay. Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
there are these personalities
Yeah.
personality
Personality also
traits.
there. Yeah.
Some people
Mm.
generally they can be impatient.
But no problem. You're inside, not any pain, and you're inside, not any vibrations or anything, not happening. No problem, anything.
So that can be like a habit.
You're inside, not any vibrations or anything. You're inside, not anything. You're pet or dog, no problem. Because not the pet or dog problem. It's why your vision is real, no. That's why you are also there, no. That's why misunderstanding, no. That's a misconception is there, no. You don't know the truth. That is why you have reality, no. You are thinking this world is real, pet is real, dog is real. You are also real. That's why this world is real. So that's the path of action and effect. That's why you are going another step. Your cycle of birth. This one over, another step is coming. But you know the truth. Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is systematically. This is our mind. Everything is thinking. It's no problem, no. It's understanding. Nothing here, anything. It's like a mirror, no. Mirror, you can see everything, but mirror, not nothing there, anything, no. No.
Yes.
Mirror have anything, no.
No, mirror doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Natural like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's the way. Understanding. Yeah, that's a internal transformation. This world is not real. Oh, this world is real? Oh, no, that's the question. You are in real is a correct way. Correct. That's a truth. You know the truth, or you don't know the truth. That's the you know the truth. You are in the cause and effect down. You don't know the truth. You are in the action and effect down.
Action and effect. Yeah.
It's clear, no? It's clear. Why are you talking about that? You are going to that's a miserable. No. So Suranga have some dream or something yesterday
No,
night,
definitely
something.
not. I was not the Kamma Nimiti. We were discussing the Gati Nimiti thing about.
I think your mind is coming sometimes here, sometimes there. What is this mind? No, I know Suranga, know everything. Why is this Suranga asking this? Why is Suranga asking this question?
We were talking about the perception, and once because once I was doing something for my father recently, and he wanted me to do something, but he was not saying it fast enough, and there was this little like a sanya, a perception that arose, and was saying he's taking his time. I can do something else. It came up like a perception.
Everything you can do your father without your mind. Everything, no.
Yeah.
Everything you can do your father. You know the truth, no problem. You are not in the mind. That's the real, no? That's the real.
Yeah,
You are not in the
point.
mind, you know the truth, it's nothing here, anything. It's okay. Mind is like a sensor, no, only the sensor. It's okay. What you want to do your father, you can do now. What you thinking? It's okay, no problem. So my father now is died. It's okay. My father is a few months ago. What I want to do my father? I am doing everything. It's okay, no problem. Because I know the truth now. I have to pay. Inside. I have an inside pay. But okay, normally I'm everything I can do. Why? Nobody's here, no one is here. Everything is like this. Understanding finally. Not sad or suffering. Nothing here sad or suffering. Everything is happening. Because nobody's here. System. We know this is system. Our mind also system. It's automatically coming, these thoughts. What I want to do, that's my thoughts. Especially what's my father want? What's my father want? This is special. It's okay. We can do. It's okay. We can do. No. So sometimes We can't do that. It's okay, no problem. Why? It's the nature. No?
Yes.
Because he's speedily falling down the body and everything because the injured no kidney failure. No?
Yes. Not advance.
I know my father can't living
Mm.
because is failing is fail the body and fail the this physically body is not it's not a permanent decay, no collapse. No, it's the normal, you know. It's the nature. No? We understand the nature, no problem. It's okay. We also know permanent here. We our body also know stay here long period. Sometimes 10 years. Suranka, how old are you? 57?
53 advance.
53. You know how old Aranas
No advance.
is? 50, 52 or 51? No, 52. 1 year, you are old than me. No, no, not 26 now. 26, I am 52. What do you think about? Suranka, are you old? Kick, never. Sorry.
No advance.
Sorry, I won't tell you the same story, no? That's why. Sometimes my body not, sometimes 10 years, 15 years, my body is falling down, no? After it's not working, no? So problem. We don't know, sometimes tomorrow, day after tomorrow, can be happen everything, no? Last briefing
Yes.
also.
Yeah,
It's,
that's true.
I think my command time is every time last briefing. Is my command time. So last briefing is now, here and now. That is why every time I'm in the radiant mind. That is why I'm always laughing, happy. That's why I'm in. Because history and the past is no matter for me. I don't caring because I know this present moment is everything is happening. We can planning. It's okay, but we know we are in now, here and now. What's happened? It's okay. It's the happening thing. But we can plan to next year or next month or everything. We can no problem. We can plan. But we know we are here now.
Only this moment, yes, sir.
Yeah. That's understanding. But that's the wisdom, I think. That is the wisdom. No problem anyway. No problem. Where's the problem? It's the mind. Mind is not real, someone understood. Where's the problem? Where's the questions? No questions anywhere. Only the incident. Every second. Only the incident. No. Nothing happened. Everything. We are thinking. No? It's okay. We are thinking this is our body and everything. No? We are thinking. Yes.
Advance.
Yeah.
Every word that you're saying is so profound and so deep, advance. All the talks, particularly these last few days as well.
Mm.
Wherever we are, we worship you, our advance, for the profound wisdom that you are providing us and sharing for our advice, as advice and counseling. Our advance,
Yeah, our time is now over. No Kokila. So okay, Kokila.
Theran Sanayara
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vidarshana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you, that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to stray away, we learned to bring our attention to the posture that we were in at that time. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you that the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness, siddhi, and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation, where they look at a statue of the Buddha and keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So we all worship Aran Mahasi at his feet for this guidance that he's doing. and we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion today. And if I just briefly summarize what was read, we were talking about this concentration meditation. Actually, concentration meditation is not confined to Buddhism. It's there in many religions. It's mainly the Hinduism, and that is partly, I think, it had an influence for Buddhism also, because that has been in practice for many thousands of years. So in concentration meditation, what is tried is just to bring the attention to one event or one point. As you know, the behavior of this mind, or the behavior that how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are formed, is such that it's a very fast moving flow, and it's not easy to bring the attention to one point and keep it at that point. So it's a kind of restraining or trying to tame the mind. So the things that were practiced were listed, I mean, just briefly mentioned in the reading. One common thing is the breath, uh, where the flow of air is touched, the concentration is kept at that point. That is one of the well-known concentration meditations. And also, some people used to concentrate on something drawn, a circle with a dot in the middle. That was another. It's mainly from the Hindu practices. So you are concentrating, you continue to look at that circle and then concentrate on that. So that is one of the methods. Also, it mentioned about looking at a Buddha statue. It's called Buddhanusati Bhavana in Sinhala, where you look at the statue and try to uh, remember the qualities of the Lord Buddha. So that is one another way. And the other one mentioned in the book was this looking at a skeleton. And it's good for a person who has some attachment to a physical body. So when you try to focus on the skeleton, you realize that even though the body is covered with the muscles and the skin, and then looking very attractive from outside, underneath that is that skeleton, which might bring a kind of horrific feel to somebody, or another person might feel straight away some aversion to that. So those are different methods of being mindful to one point. But this thing called mindfulness actually is not limited to Buddhism, or not limited to a religion. It's practiced even by groups who are not following any specific religion, but it helps in all these methods. Actually, it helps to calm down the mind which is agitated. So now we know that any of them should not be, should not be practiced to the extreme end. It has to be in moderation, because it helps to calm down the mind. As I said, it's like taming a wild animal, and you tie it up to a pole, and then right at the beginning the animal will be angry and try to break away from the point, and then finally when the mind realizes that it cannot sort of run away, it will calm down. So this is a simple example, that a simple metaphor that I can show you. So what happens is the mind will be trained to focus on one point. So this has to be balanced, as we read in the book, as we all know, because going to that extreme end is also not going to help. Because as long as you are in that meditation, as long as you are concentrating on that point, you feel very much relaxed and very light and sort of kind of happy. And the moment your attention is away and moment you stop the meditation, uh, usually the mind will start going stray as it has been doing. So that is why, I mean, going into one extreme end of this meditation is not going to help. What has to be done is actually to have a balance between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. Insight meditation is something like you let the uh, animal or we can even say a toddler who is trying to sort of explore various things, pull things, push the things and drag the things, trying, I mean, various kind of experimenting. So you can allow that to happen, but be an observer of that. So that is the basic explanation of insight meditation. So those are the things that we read so far today. Uh, we will start our discussion. Maybe if there are any questions, we can start with those. I will ask Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Joel to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
Everyone, yeah, we can start the discussion. We worship and say with so much gratitude, and we do these Zoom discussions according to his guidance. And do you have any questions? Anyone can start the discussion also. Doesn't matter. Anything specific, Sakuntala?
We can start a simple topic, something which Joel also might be able to follow. Something simpler.
Yeah, okay.
Joel, do you have any preferences, anything to discuss?
Uh, yeah, but I was thinking, how can I relate this to the reading?
It's okay. It's okay.
When I think about this, when I said about this mind and the five senses, we get it through the five senses, and there's a perception called, or we name it or label it as worry or something. Okay. So same thing is told in my religion as well. As to they say, don't worry about tomorrow because tomorrow has its own burden. So I just compare and see how it goes. Is it good to compare or is it bad to compare?
Oh, good question, actually. It's a very good question. So the truth has nothing, because religions have so much of things. Actually, the Buddhism nowadays has gone to so much action based karma pala. I don't know whether you even know about that, but it is really based on action and effect. But actual Lord Buddha's teaching was nothing like that. It was actually about the truth, about all the senses, how it works, how you feel alive, how you feel the self, how this self-perception is another just a perception which has the same mechanism of all the other perceptions. It's just a perception. This is being even proven if you read a scientific article which is very neuroscientific articles or people who look through the science who is trying to understand, even they have started to understand that the quantum, the effect of life, how life is not actually the mind or the body, and then they are searching what it is, and they are actually understanding that it's just a kind of a power which we haven't thought about or we haven't researched enough about. But Lord Buddha has always told you can't really research about it from outside. You have to research about it inside. So the research about what happens here is, I would say, the most scientific thing ever I have heard. Because I had that question every day. I had so many questions actually. I had so many questions about this action or the karma, or belief that if you do this you get this, kind of that. But how it relates everywhere, you know that bad things will bring bad, good things will bring good. But is that all? How is it? What is life? Why there is a manifestation like here, like this, and why my friend's manifestation is different? Why someone in UK's manifestation is different? How there are differences in manifestation? How there are differences in the observations? How they are having different experiences? How these people, or even animals, or even a cellular organism, how do they have this alive feel? And what is it? And how is it? And how is it? Is it kind of continuous thing, or is it kind of something which arises at, with the stimulus? So there are so many questions. So I would say I entered Dhamma from a kind of scientific thinking, not really through any religion aspect actually. So I never had that issue, because I just researched, and I still do that. How people look at these things, how people get the views, how people get the strong connections, how people, some people will not get the strong connections, how everything and foremost. But the most magical thing here is how you feel alive. And how does that happen? Why does it bring so much suffering? And is there a possibility of life without suffering? And so the comparison is okay. We compare. So just imagine, when I say about the comparison, I did the comparison too, because I compare it with the science, not with any religion aspect. So that's why I value Aranwanse's sermons, because if he understands the person listening is into the science, he will definitely go according to that line. He will not talk to me in a way that he talks to a village mother, because my thinking pattern is so complicated because of what we have learned, and we have so much data, and the village mother doesn't have that much data, so then she doesn't need anything like that. She just need to be said it just simply, that whatever you're thinking is, it's just a mind, and whatever you feel is just your body, the perceptions, or just the sensory organs. That's all you have to say. To a simple person, that is enough. So to people like, specifically like me, who has so much data, the comparison will immediately happen. So if Aryan says, is the light true? I'll be putting that in this system and compare it with data and try and find out what is he telling. But I never had the doubt that about Lord Buddha's, the mission can't be this simple, go into a temple and worship and just say, may Triple Gem bless you, and may I attend Nibbana one day. I had a strong notion that it can't be simple like that, just expecting things to happen, just worshipping things, just like you definitely feel like going beyond that. I've already had the idea that lots of beautiful people who have talked about any kind of liberation, they had some kind of vision. Yes, but the most scientific aspect of everything is, I looked at it in that way, means it is a comparison. So there's no problem in comparison. It's just that, just the way your mind works. It's just the way your mind works. It's just the way how the data is analyzed in the system. It's how the mind system work, mind sensor works. Because as soon as you put a data, it will, just like in the you ask something in ChatGPT and how it gives, and how Google in that sense, whatever, how it automatically finds something from here and something from there and try to give a like a collective answer like that. But non-self or no self angle is not discussed anywhere, not discussed at all anywhere. It may be hidden, it may be a subtle message somewhere, but it is not openly discussed in any other forum. And understanding this that this life, actually what we feel here is a current, and that is also not there when the stimulus is not taken as a thing. You can't, because each and every time we telepathize into that, and this synchronization happens, and because this happens so fast, we feel like this film is active and happening now. So from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep, the whole film is like working. It's like as if you are inside the dream. How this works, that is the research. What do you think, Joel? So basically comparison is okay, but this is how the data is processed anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, for your answer. Can I ask another question as well?
Yeah.
It was read about this skeleton meditation to retrieve from lust. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have heard about
Okay.
it.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'm just saying there's a couple who are married, and if one person does the skeleton meditation and just goes off from the other partner, how does this work? Or if a
Well,
person is
Aranhansi
not married,
never talk about these concentration meditations. He doesn't put effort at all to concentration meditation. If a mother even start talking about that, he would discourage them, mainly because this science is not there. You know what I mean? science is not there, then the skeleton is true to you. What's the big deal about that? You just change the perception. So you look at your wife and you just have a perception of a skeleton. That's not Lord Buddha's truth. You know, the truth is different. Truth is about all the perception. It's just a perception, whatever it is, it's fine. Just understanding how the perception works is just understanding the truth, understanding how this works. And you just don't burn, you're happy for her, you are happy for the partner. You will do everything for that partner. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just your burning is not there. Because you know the dream is not true, but the dream is there. So your burning is going to get zero slowly. It doesn't happen miraculously at one go, but it will start to get zero. But no, in Aranhanse's explanations, with his guidance, we never talk about changing perceptions or shifting perceptions. Oh, it's nothing like that actually. When we understand that everything out there is a perception, that just that. Even the skeleton is a perception. Do you get the point, Joy?
Excuse me, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Actually, those concentration meditations have been in practice in India for many thousands of years. So this is also one of them. And when at the time that the Lord Buddha started, preaching this Buddhism, these were in very solid level. The people were practicing in a very strong way. So there were different groups. They all said that they are trying to find truth. So they were using these various kinds of meditations to find out whether they can reach that goal. So what happened was, Lord Buddha didn't want to sort of straight away cut off those things and then give completely a new concept to the people. What he did was, he didn't sort of reject or straightforward refuse them, but he tried to use some of them so that these people will have a change. These people will understand that concentration meditation alone is not the path to find the truth. So this meditation is one of them. Actually, they have been used even in Sri Lankan monasteries, the jungle type of places where the priests are mainly doing meditation. So they have been using these skeletons to keep their sort of emotions and keep their feelings into the very low level where they will be able to concentrate on what they want to do. So actually this meditation by looking at a skeleton is not something straightforward from Buddhism. It was something from the Hindus, and then also there were these different sort of uh, groups, saying some were called Niganta, some were called Brahma. So there were so many faculties like that. So they were following this. So what happened was Lord Buddha was more tactful because he didn't want to refuse those things, because he knew that people were looking for the comfort. They were trying to get rid of the sorrow by using all sorts of meditations. So that is how it came here, because it was mentioned in the book. I just briefed on that. So it's not something that you should practice, on a person who is living with you in the house or your family. So I don't know whether the way I explained gave a sort of wrong impression, Joel. Okay, there was a night.
Yeah, thank you for adding that, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, true. So this studying about truth, or researching about truth, or understanding how we suffer, or what is this power behind, or what is this suffering stemming from, is the research we do. And in that research, your power will start to get so low that you will be so feeling so good. That's how it is. And you will not be even, going towards even that feeling good sensation, because you know that it is kind of temporary too, and you know it is there until your respiration is there. You feel the mind sensor, you feel the body sensor, you feel the eye, you feel the hearing. That's all, So it's okay. Anything is okay. Everything is okay. So is that is that uh, is that a sufficient answer, Josh?
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. So even in Sri Lanka, there's so many concentration meditation practices. So it's okay. I mean, if someone is very happy to do that, that's fine. But if they're thinking it is leading to Nibbana, and Nibbana is directly through the research, directly through the understanding of how this suffering works, how this life will comes, and why we think it is kind of a person here, and that self-thought, how it intensifies you to even kill someone or harm someone or do anything in that sense, or crave for something which will lead to everything. So the understanding the truth is the most important thing. So without understanding the truth, uh, whatever the meditative state is okay, it is good for good. I mean, we can't say it's bad, it's good, but it's not going to last forever because it's conditional. Anything else, Surangika? Can you add something?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai for my friends. Yeah, I mean, I think like Dr. Sakuntala said, this concentration meditation has been around for a long, long time. And the Buddha didn't want to go completely contrary to society, because there was a way he was diplomatically trying to almost corral them towards a way of thinking, because he realized that all these various types of concentration meditation was only just touching the surface, scratching the surface really. And that was what he himself discovered after a 6-year long search, that all these various rituals and different types of meditation was only going to a particular point, but not really addressing the core issue of this whole existence. And because if there is existence, there is suffering. And whilst everybody knew there is suffering, they couldn't really put their finger on the truth, the source of the suffering, which was why there were quite a lot of intellectual people at that age as well. But it's just that they just couldn't get at the truth. So what the Buddha realized was that this existence came from this sense, the alive feel, or this whole undercurrent. The sense of feeling alive is coming from this sense of existence and this self-perception. So that was what, with great research into the mind, that was discovered by him long, long years ago. But coming back to these different types of meditation, just like the skeleton meditation, you actually have, somebody said that, some monasteries even have skeletons in the temple, so that they use that for meditation when people come for retreats. But another thing that is there even in the sutra is you divide or you categorize the human body into 32 body parts, kind of, divide it up into blood, liver, skin, nails, hair, and so on, into 32 body parts. And in each of those body parts, you examine whether the eye is there. whether the self is there. And to an extent, that is effective, to an extent. Because in the common notion is that most of the people say, I have a body, so I'm here. This is my body, this is me, this is the physical me. So some are still fixated on that. So to that extent, to kind of transcend that aspect of it, breaking down the body, the human parts into 32 or whatever, and then saying, is the blood me? If you take the blood, so you kind of mentally do this thing. You can sit in one position and you take this, you imagine the skin is taken out, you imagine the blood is taken out of the system, and it's lying in a pool in front of you. So is that blood me? Is the skin and the nails, if it is taken out, is that me? So like that you can reflect. And
Good morning, everybody. Iran Sana, Iran Sana, our friend. So let's start our morning. Buddothpada school. Let's begin with something very simple. Right now, life is unfolding. Sounds are, sensations are present. Thoughts are appearing. Vision is appearing. Everything is as it is. But almost instantly, something is added to these senses, contact, a quiet voice. This should be different. It should be not happening. The word should very small, but very powerful. It creates a gap between what is and what should be. And in that gap, suffering begins. Expectations about life begins. But let us look at the daily life. We expect things to go a certain way. We have plans, we have outcomes, we have visions, we have situations, goals, events. And when we do things to achieve those, so when things match those expectations, there is this satisfaction, a relief, a sense of control. But when they don't, there's frustration, disappointment, stress, anxiety, sadness, suffering. And the thing is, Life is unpredictable. Everything changes. Conditions shift. Things change. But our thoughts, expectations, they stays fixed. That's where this conflict arises. We expect everything to be fixed, stay as it is, when each second, each and every second, when everything is changing with the vision here, with the hearing, with the thoughts, everything is changing, appearing and disappearing. But we're trying to keep those expectations, thoughts about everything fixed. So let's take expectations about people. Now we go deeper. We don't just expect situations, we expect people. They should be like this, be like that. They should understand. They should respect me. They should act in a certain way. And when they don't, hurt arises, sadness arises, anger arises, confusion arises. The thing is, we are expecting something that always change to stay as it is, to be fixed. But people are changing, just like we know every single thing in this world is the vibration. So vibration means changing. Vibration is always vibrating, which means always changing non-stop. So people are all sense of contact, sense of faculties, or their body, anything. Everything is changing. So how can we expect a person to be as it is, to not accept that they are changing, their mind is changing. Just like everything else, people are changing. The thing is, our thoughts about those expectations fixes them into an idea, and this reality doesn't match it, because this illusion created by mind always want something solid, something to hold on, something to keep on. So that's why it makes us believe this illusion is something fixed, real, solid. But in reality, everything, every single component is changing. So when we try to fixed or keep it solid, something that always changing, then there is this clash occurring. That's why there is this suffering when something is not coming as we expected. But if we see through, if we see this, everything is changing, everything, then we don't expect them to be as we want, or fixed, or not changing. Because now we know the truth that everything is changing. So we accept as it is. So likewise, we have expectation about ourselves. Now comes something even deeper. So not others, this situation, but also we expect ourselves to be certain in a certain way. I should, I love it, I should, because this constant dissatisfaction. Like this, people are trying to become something more, fighting themselves. And these expectations, they depend on time. Like people think this will happen in future. I will become that. We know thoughts are not about the future. Thoughts are something that has been created right at this moment. So how do we expect a spark that occurred right at this moment to happen in reality in the future? If we know this truth, we'll understand how stupid way of thinking is that, how we have trapped in that illusion to think in that way when every single component is changing. We have no idea about this future, but we think a thought that occurs right now will be like that in the future. But the thing is that thought also something that has been created in our mind consciousness. And that's also a tiny spark. It's not something that lasting. It's a spark, a current away. It sparked and vanished, ceased. How can we expect a spark as the solidity, as the future, as the truth? But the thing is, people are always future based thinking, always projecting forward, even though it's a thought just occurred at this moment. The present is not enough for them because they want something, not them, actually the mind. Mind wants to create, to sustain this illusion, so it wants more things. It always wants more, something. Because if not, then we'll start to see this truth that everything is changing, that everything is not continuous, everything is appearing and disappearing. But the mind doesn't want like that. Mind wants to be continuous, keep this illusion solid. So it always wants something, something next, something else. Everything is not enough. So something else is expected again. So when we see these expectations, these thoughts clearly, there is a shift. A shift. When we see the expectation as it is, let's say when an expectation appears, we notice it. And we start to see through it as this should not be happening. This is a thought. This is not the reality. This is a spark, a time spark that also occurred, constructed right at this moment. That spark doesn't project the future. Future didn't come to this moment. We didn't even travel to future. It is a spark that appeared and disappeared at this moment. A thought, something that has been constructed right at this moment. Not the future, not the reality, not the solid thing. So when we see each and every thought as it is, we start to see this truth, true nature of thoughts, true nature of this illusion that we are trapped in. Then, once we understand this illusion, once we get the confirmation that this everything is not truth, everything is changing every millisecond, like every tiny second, then we don't expect anything solid because everything is changing, and that also we cannot control. It's not something that we can control. So once we see the truth as a thought, those expectations as thoughts, not reality. just a mental moment, just a tiny spark trying to reshape what is, but not the truth, trying to reshape the illusion. So then, what happens without expectation? Now imagine, even for a moment, there is no expectation because expectation means a thought. A thought is a tiny spark, a momentary, a moment that occurs right at this moment, not the future, but this present moment, a construction, a spark, a thought. So once we understand it, what happens to those expectations? What happens without those expectations? When life is unfolding as it is, things happening as it is, without needing to match anything. When the right conditions are met, something happens. People as they are, free to be as they are, you as you are, no pressure to be different. Lightness appears. Because now we see this illusion. It's not something solid, it is something that always changing. So then we try to stop, to keep it, hold it. There's this less resistance, less struggle, less burden, which means less suffering. So we don't expect things from people because in the first place there is no person, there is no self anyway, just a bunch of systems working, a bunch of sensors working. There is no self anywhere to be found. So the life unfolds moment by moment as it is, as it should be. And our expectation about this future or thoughts about future says this should be like this should be different, this should be this and that. And that's this gap created. But when we see those expectations as thoughts as it is, just another thought that also occurred right at this moment, that gap closes. The struggle starts to soften, and what remains is simple, very simple, unfiltered, living moment, right now, just as it is. So there is no suffering here, there is no burden here, because now we know the truth, not because we let them go, but because we know the truth, and that truth makes us live in this moment, not because we love them and let them go. Then there is a self who's doing that. But if we understand the truth, we loses this self. There's no self in the first place. There's no something solid in the first place. That's how it should. So likewise, how people expect in their relationships, there is connection, interest, natural openness, but nothing is fixed yet. There are no expectations, there are just light, easy thing. Every other person is free. We are simply experiencing them, none other than our five sense contact, five senses as they are. So when expectations slowly enters, we get more thoughts about how people should treat us. They should treat us like this. They should care about me. They should respect me. They should respond to me. They should understand me. And the thing is, every single thought, it feels reasonable. Yes, natural. That's the problem here. And we have this image of how they should treat us. They should be. But if we are unable to see, there is no person anywhere, just a system working. When the reality continues to move, that person acts according to their mind, according to their state, according to the conditions. And when there are fixed expectations for us, and when that reality doesn't match with those expectations, there is this gap appearing. In that gap, we feel sad, we feel hurt, we feel disappointed, we feel confusion. It doesn't stop there. We get angry, we hate, we start to hate people, all because of we were unable to see the truth that changing or that changing nature of everything. And then everything becomes heavy because our expectations are not met in there. And we try to control them, those people. But the thing is, there is not even a self in the first place to control. Look how we have trapped in this illusion. How we trying to control something that is never being fixed. Now we start to suffer. That's how it's starting to happen. So quite fun. We were discussed about, we spoke about the expectations we have, how we expect others to be in certain, how hurt appears when they are not. Now, a quiet question. Where do these expectations come from? So if we look closely, expectation, every expectation is a thought, a thought, a sentence, a thought. They should understand me, they should act like this, they should treat me well, they should respect me. So the root is a thought. Everything is a thought, not the other person, not the situation, but the thought that occurred and ceased also. So now let us go deep. Let's say you meet someone. There is direct experience. In that direct experience, there is voice, a vision, actions, presence, and other sensations. So then the thought start to generate, appear. With those sense contacts, thoughts start to appear and they tell us details. This is who they are like this. We met them here, this is this person. Every detail comes with the thought. Not only that, with those thoughts, a solid image comes. A mental picture, a fixed idea, a fixed self, a person there. And not only that, we also expect that person to be in a certain way. They should always be like this. They should treat me well. But in reality, this reality moves. The person changes moment to moment. And there is no person in the first place to begin with. But the thing is, that image, that interpretation, that thought that we have created, it does not change. So we expect them to be as it is, as that thought is. And then that conflicts begin. We expect them to respect us, and if they didn't respect us, then the conflict happens. Every time, let's say a situation happens, then a thought appears saying this is wrong. Immediately, it doesn't stop there. Emotions arises, hurt, sad, anger, hatred, disappointment. But if we look carefully, that feeling is not only from the situation, it is from the thought, thought about it. Because if we take that situation as it is, it will be just one of our sensor contact. So in those sensor contacts, there's no interpretations, there's no details, just a sensor contact aroused and fade. But if we try to interpret it, if the thought appears, then they start to interpret, give this solid meaning to them. And if that is not good, we feel sad, we feel hurt, we feel angry. If it's good, if we consider if that interpretation interpreted as good, then we feel happy, we feel excited. So those emotions, feelings are not from the situation, it's from the thought, that interpretation about those sense contents. So without the thought, what is there? Just an event, just what happened, what occurred and ceased. That's it. Just a sense of contact, a vibration, a seeing occurring, maybe a hearing occurring, maybe a taste occurring, a smell occurring, or a sensation occurring. And that's it. But the thing is, we have so got used to this emotion, these thoughts. Now, when a thought occurring, we don't feel like something simple, a simple concept that has been created, a simple interpretation that has been created. But we feel thoughts are like truth, like something solid, something existing, something alive, very powerful. So, because of that, let's say we get a thought occurring, saying they don't care about me. It doesn't feel like something light, something simple, like this is just a thought, that something that has been created, a construction. It doesn't feel light. It feels real, solid, powerful, certain. So that's why it has power, because it is taken as the truth. We don't even think it. It comes automatically now. But if we watch thoughts directly, instead of following the story, instead of instead of following the thoughts, if we start seeing that first thought, let's say a thought appearing, saying they should have done this. If we see this clearly as a thought, a spark appearing and disappearing, not something permanent, not something solid, everything starts to become simple. Because thought is not something real, it's something created, constructed. But it's really hard to do because we feel it's not something we think, or like it's not something that we think twice anymore. It's something automatically comes as real. Thought is something real. We feel it in that way. There's no second glance over it. We can't even think twice that thought is not something real. It comes as something real, something existing, something solid. But if we somehow able to see, not by knowledge, not by another bunch of thought, but actually experience it as not truth as it appeared to be, there's something not solid, a spark, a momentary moment. Everything starts to change. You just have to see it, experience it yourself. That thought is not something real. It's a spark. It's a, an illusion. It's a construction, a mental image. It's not the truth. So once you see that yourself crystal clearly, everything starts to become simple on its own. You don't have to force anything. Only thing you have to do is to see the truth, see this Dhamma. So then, once you see this illusion as it is, everything becomes simple. Light, less heavy. There's no burden because it's hopeless, it's useless to suffer over an illusion, over something that's not real, something that has been created. So let us see how from this one thought, this whole illusion, this whole world was constructed. So first, the sense of contact occurring, and with that sense of contact, a thought related to that sense of contact appears telepathized. It's very simple thought, but thing is, it doesn't stop there. Then something again happens. Another thought follows. Another thought linked to that thought. Another thought that linked to that previous thought start telepathizing. And then another thought. And then another. So if you are unable to see through the Dhamma, the truth of the thought, we are trapped in that illusion, that thought creating non-stop. We are driven by it. But if we look closely, we notice this one simple moment, event, is the reason that this whole story has gone. And that's also not the soul world, it's emotional, a mental construction. And even though we say there's like another thought comes, follows another thought, but it's not that simple also. Like when those thoughts occurring, they build emotions. So now feelings begin to rise. We feel sad, happy, hurt, doubt, anger, greed, everything follows with that, which makes it vivid. This illusion, these thoughts vivid, which makes it more natural, strong, solid. So we feel as if it's the real. But if you observe properly, carefully, we'll notice nothing is happening. Nothing. We cannot get any of those thoughts from our sense of contact, but instead they are just mentally formed, created, construct. And that those are also like not something that's continuing. Those are momentary movements, sparks. They don't even stay. So, but what drive this flow is the fact we take the thoughts as real, as truth. But if we somehow able to stop it, because we know the thoughts are not real, they are illusions, then this whole flow stops. These thoughts, these sufferings, this hate, anger, everything start to stop. So if we couldn't do that, then one thought start to follow by another and another. This chain reaction starts and each thought connects to the next. That's how it happens. And they build a world, a solid world. But those are mental constructions, but we feel as if they are solid because we take every thought as something real. So, like, but if this chain is not followed, like, let's say, a first thought appears, and we see it as a thought, we know that it's something that we created, a thought, which is not a real. And that's it because we see through that thought. So it's not real. So it doesn't generate more thoughts. That whole branching process doesn't carry out. It stops with that first thought. When that happens, then this continuation of this illusion, the story starts to stop. And with that, there's no emotional storms, no heavy reactions, just the fact, no suffering. It's simple and it's light. So now this becomes clear. The power is not in stopping thoughts. It is not continuing them because we cannot stop thoughts, but we can stay without taking them as the truth, as the reality. Because like our other senses, mind sense also works. Like like how hearing occurs, like how vision occurs, thoughts are also occurring. But now there's no power for those thoughts. They are not taken as the truth. Like we don't take the vision as the truth. Likewise, we don't take the hearing, the sounds as the truth. We don't take the thoughts as the truth. So now it stops continuing. It's not building the illusion. It's not adding, not extending the story. So when there's no power for those thoughts, they are not carried forward. So it becomes light, it becomes less heavy. Even though there are thoughts, they don't have power to carry forward. Because now we know, now we are aware that thoughts are not real thing. It's a spark, it's a momentary memory. Something that has been created. So it isn't continuing, it's not continuing. and creating an illusional world. But when this change is continued, the thought is quiet on its own. What remains is just this simple, uncomplicated moment before the mind feels that illusional world. So when we see those thoughts as something that's not true, they don't carry forward. So there's no more thoughts means no more emotions, suffering, no more sadness, no more hatred, no more excitement, no more unnecessary emotions. But there is this happiness. It's not that happiness with the suffering. It's more of a peacefulness, a calmness, followed by getting know the truth, acknowledging the truth, understanding. So we'll end up learning somebody's close today. Everyone's body.
Buddothpada it's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpada, Buddothpada.
I respectfully worship Triple Gem. I worship Petaren Mahanse's feet, Terwa Sarnayaran Mahansa, and we are very grateful for your guidance, and constant supervision on us. May all of our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of Buddothpada PeoTV English channel, which is there around the clock with sermons done by different Dhamma friends. And in addition, we have this discussion session from 3 to 5 p.m. Every day, Sri Lankan time, for you to join and clarify if you have any problems or any areas that you couldn't grasp correctly. Some of the Dhamma friends who are doing these sermons will be joining that session. So we are trying to do the maximum justice to your question. So as you know, finding about the truth is not something limited to Buddhist people. Even Lord Buddha's time, there was a trend that people were looking for, wanted to find out truth. So there were different groups at that time. There were so many spiritual teachers. There were so many followers who were trying various types of uh, practices, particularly kinds of meditation. And in such a time where there were so many beliefs and so many religions being practiced, Aryan Mahasattva, Lord Buddha was born at that time, and he himself experimented quite a lot and then found this unique truth which you and me are actually experiencing with much ease, because we know that Lord Buddha didn't have a teacher who understood this truth before him. So he had to do many things, trial and errors. One such thing was that starving himself to the maximum level and let the physical body suffer in the maximum way. But Lord Buddha found that it's not the path. So now you and me have got everything prepared actually. It's a kind of a ready-made meal which is there on the table for you and me to consume. That's all we have to do. Because all the hard work has been done by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago. And now, after so many years of having these true Dhamma facts, partly hidden by various other influences, our Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, actually again did lots of research by himself and then tried to find out the true facts that Lord Buddha preached earlier. And very easily, when he understood with his inner transformation, he could tally these facts with the Sutra Deshana, which are the Pali preachings originally done by Lord Buddha. So, just a little bit of history about what we are doing today. Actually, there are about 12,000 preachings done by Aryan Mahanse. You can find it from the YouTube. There are quite a number of websites, but if I say the main website for the Sinhala speaking friends, www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpada-dhamma.com. For our friends who are only speaking English language, www.wisdomofasia, written as one word, wisdomofasia.com. So those websites will give you very valuable informations, and also there are QR codes from which you can find out what are the centers available in different countries. If you want to get down the books, which are actually the Deshana that are done by R.N. Vahanse, which have been translated to English and printed as books. So those are the other ways and means of finding more about this Buddhottpada Deshana. We know that truth is common to every person. Whatever your background is, that is what is actually happening. But the ability to understand what is really happening is something up to us. So we know that whoever the teacher can take you up to a certain limit only. Beyond that, it is up to the person, or in other words, up to the system. This metaphor which says that you can take the horse to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink water. So it's like that. We have got every opportunity around us, and we should be able to grasp it, and we should be efficient enough to understand, and we should be having the willingness and the courage for the rest of the steps. We know that there are so many Pali terms which are mentioned in Buddhist teachings. When you see so many Pali terms, sometimes you feel a bit discouraged, isn't it? You might feel that we don't know how to understand these Pali words. That is one of the hindrances that might come up from your mind. Secondly, a person might say that I'm not good at meditating. Mostly, this talk about the meditation comes regarding the concentration meditation. Actually speaking, you do not need any of those. We do not know Pali very much, just a handful of sentences that we have listened very often. Just we can remember and explain the meaning. But mostly we have no idea about the Pali terms. Secondly, you do not have to be able to sit and do meditation for long times. That is actually what was practiced in the past, particularly in India, even in Sri Lanka these days. The meditation is given the number one priority, and almost all those places, even with the name label of insight meditation or vidarshana bhavana, what is practiced is actually the concentration meditation. Doing the concentration meditation for a short period, if your mind is very restless, is okay. But that is not the path that Lord Buddha explained. So continuously doing concentration meditation and reaching up to different meditative states is not going to help you. So therefore, we know that it's something that you have to take carefully. So not being able to do meditation for long periods and not knowing Pali completely you can put away with that. But what is meant by bhavana in Buddhist teaching is purely indicates the insight meditation or the vidarshana bhavana. So vidarshana bhavana means piercing something, piercing a stimulus and seeing how it is happening. So it is something, some kind of research. And once you do it, you know, therefore, the now if you have done the insight meditation about the thought, about the mind, you know every thought is formed in that way. Like R.N. Mahase gave the example, if you study the line pattern of the mango leaf, you do not have to study all the mango leaves. It's the same, isn't it? So, like that, when you do Vidarshana on a thought, how this world is created, how the self is created, what is meant by this self perception or this feel that you are alive. When you have come to a good understanding about this, then you know that all the thoughts are going to be the same. That is where the vipassana meditation comes up. Vipassana means just observing what is happening. So there you do not know, you do not do anything actively. Just be an observer, just observe the mechanism. So that is the difference between the vidarshana and the vipassana. Uh, Vipassana is kind of passive work where what you studied is being experienced or observed. And this can be actually done in any posture. So you do not have to sit for long periods with great difficulty, particularly if you have physical disabilities. That is not a problem. And as I said, not knowing the Pali is not an issue because many explanations are done in simple Sinhalese language. And also R.N. Vase has given some recent modern kind of metaphors which makes it very easy to understand. So just talking about uh, paticca samuppada or dependent origination. What is meant by that? What is meant by the paticca samuppada? Paticca means what is the meaning of the paticca? Tying up together. So this is how the thoughts are formed. That is what is basically explained in this paticca samuppada or dependent origination. It's a series of causes and giving rise to the effect. One cause gives rise to another effect. So the effect is completely different from the cause. But effect, for the effect to occur, the causes should be there. So there are 4 phrases actually beautifully explained about this cause and effect or this dependent origination. If the cause is there, immediately effect is also there. There's no time gap between the cause and the effect. If the cause is there, effect is there. If the cause is not there, there's no effect. If the cause arises at this moment, and within this moment itself, effect also arises. And if the cause ceases or disappears, then the effect also disappears or effect also ceases. So these 4 sentences very clearly indicates that wherever there is a cause, the effect is there. So there is, as I said earlier, there is no time gap between the two. For this is one of the beautiful examples is that Uppada Vaya. What is meant by Uppada? Uppada means the birth or the rising of the thought. And within a fraction of second, the thought is born, and within a fraction of second, the thought is dead or thought is gone. Thought disappears. So this is actually what is meant by the birth and death by Lord Buddha. It's not this physical birth that happens and the death that occurs after maybe 50, 60, 70, 80 years later. That birth and death actually doesn't have to be explained by a person like Lord Buddha who had the super wisdom. So the cause and effect is the series where the cause is there, the effect will occur, and that effect will be the cause for another effect. And that effect will be the cause again, and then there is another effect. So when you take this series, even if you tell it as a series, and when you are writing it, actually you write all 12 steps like a line. Actually, when you are writing, this is the problem of writing this Buddhism, because writing gives a different impression, because you are stretching it and you feel as if that there is a time gap. This is happening after this. This is happening after this. That is how actually we kind of try to remember the dependent origination or the paticca samuppada. So this process of paticca samuppada or the dependent origination, if it happens in the normal way, that is the explanation for the thought which became a thing. What do you mean by became a thing? A thought which was taken as real. The jack tree which is felt real. So that is your thought which became a thing. And the house which is felt as real. In other words, the house has been given a value, or house has become a thing to you. So that becoming a thing can occur in 3 levels. All 3 levels are there. You have the value. You like it. You want to maintain your house. You like it. That is yours. You feel that it is yours. That is your sensual world level. And it's a creation of the senses, isn't it? House is something that can be seen, something that can be felt. If there is any particular smell of paint, then there is something that can be felt. And also there is a sound, the naming house. So that is your form level. And not only that, even before I reminded you about the word house, you had that deep-seated feeling that house is there in that particular address, isn't it? So you have all 3 levels there when you talk about the jack tree or the house or whatever the topic you are taking. And that is the birth and death of that stimulus, isn't it? You feel as if it is real, it's there, and it doesn't last. It came up, it was born right now in this fraction of second in the mind. And the next fraction of second, it's gone. But because it happens so fast as a series, you think you have a full thought about your house. but that single thing has so many vibrations in that. And when you take it as a thing, that is where your sorrow and suffering, isn't it? Now we will take the steps, each and every step of this Paticca Samuppada or the dependent origination. We know when you write down, we start it with avijja. Avijja is the ignorance. Actually, ignorance is not confined to that first place. Avijja is there throughout this process, throughout the process of forming thoughts. The avijja is there. Ignorance, not knowing the truth. That is actually what has been bringing a living being, an animal or a human being in this samsara cycle. As long as the ignorance is there, the current is going to be there. So avijja is something that was there right from the beginning. When the avijja is there, there are constructs or aggregations. Sakasvi in Sinhala. Constructs. Something is constructed. When something is constructed, in that background, the ignorance is there. So they are actually both same more or less. When the ignorance is there, you have the constructs or things becoming real. When the things are becoming real, and that is definitely with the ignorance. So if you take along this explanation about the cause and effect, you can say that the cause is the ignorance and the effect is the construct. Avijja paccaya sankhara. But you must remember, wherever there is a construct, there is avijja, construct, where there is ignorance. So what is constructed now? So what is constructed? Sankhara paccaya vijnana. What was constructed is that thought that looks real or the thought which is felt real. Because of the fast vibration, the perceptions or the sanya occurs so fast, you feel that there is something there. Now you know the perception alone is not something that is powerful enough to give the feeling that is it's real there. Now if you take an example, if you take just a small thread, its existence is not felt, isn't it? But when you sort of twist a bundle of threads together, you can make it into a rope. Now that rope is more visible and no, it's felt as if it is there rather than that single tiny thread. So it's something like that. The sanya can be something like a thread, but when the threads are woven together, or you can also take the coil, a fiber, one fiber. If the one fiber is equal to a perception or a sanya, it's not visible and it doesn't sort of give a weight. It doesn't give a feeling that it is real there, isn't it? But when you use a lot of coil together and then twist it and make it into a rope, and now it's more obvious. It looks more real. It has a more value or a weight. That is something similar to the sankhara. Because of the speedy occurrence of the perception, you get that feeling of the sankhara. which is the construct. So when it is constructed like that, it gives a feel that it is really there. Always the vijnana, or the word consciousness, gives the impression or gives the feeling that it's there. So what about the chakhayatanya, or the eye consciousness? It means that it gives the impression or it gives the experience that there is light. But actually, is there a real light? No, there's no real light. But because of the speedy occurrence, it gives rise to the feeling that there is light. So the cause is sankara, or the cause is the construct or aggregation, which the effect is actually the vijnana. Now, as I said, all these cause and effect sets, you cannot separate out. Cause is always holding hands with the effect. But the effect is different from the cause. But on the other hand, the cause must be there for the effect to occur. As long as the cause is there, effect will be there. The moment that the cause disappears, the effect is also gone. So when it is constructed or aggregated, it gives a feeling of kind of existence. So in the baby with the radiant mind, now even if I say mind here, there's no mind formation or no thought formation. So these are some of the words that we have to use to convey this message. So the eye consciousness means in the baby with the radiant mind who still has no thought formation, the baby feels that there is a light. Yes, the light is there, and then the self is here on this side. So that is the eye consciousness, or chakku vijnane. Sota vijnane means a sound consciousness. The baby feels that there is a sound there, yes. That may be in the form of the mother's voice, or a sound of a toy, or some music. So baby has that feel that sound is there, that is sound consciousness. Taste consciousness. Baby feels that some taste is there, and very finely there is a separation, isn't it? The taste is there, and the person who is experiencing is here on this side. But actually, this level, you don't talk about the duality or the Dvaitave in Sinhala, because there is no thought formation. But in a very fine manner, baby feels that it's real, the taste is real, the taste of the milk is real, but baby has no words to say that it is milk, but there is some taste experienced. Similarly, a sound, baby has the feel that there is, a smell. Baby feels that there is a smell, but no description about it. So that is your smell consciousness. And last is the skin consciousness, or the body consciousness, kaya vijnana, where the skin feels the things. Baby feels that there is something felt by the skin level. It may be in the form of temperature. It may be in the form of something hard or soft. It may be in the form of uh, liquid nature. It may be in the form of airy nature. So, like that, the baby experiences them. That is the body consciousness. So Sankara Pacha Vijnana, because there was an aggregate or because there was a construct, the baby feels that perception, which is meant by the consciousness, Vijnana. Vijnana Pacha Nama Rupa. So now the Vijnana is the cause and the effect is a Nama Rupa. What is Nama Rupa? Nama Rupa means uh, the five aggregates. We can also use a Pali word. What is five aggregates? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. Rupa means the vibration. Vedana means the sensation. That vibration is felt, and it's felt as a perception. Perception is a sanya. Rupa means the rupanaya or the vibration. Vedana is the sensation, that vibration is felt. And it's felt in the form of a light, a form of a sound, a form of a taste, form of a smell, and the form of a skin sensation. So that is your sanya or the perceptions. And as I said, the perceptions, the power or the current of the perception is not strong enough. And when it happens so fast, when it occurs together, that is where the aggregation of the construct occurs. And when it is constructed, it's felt as if it is really there. That is your vijnana or the consciousness. So nama rupa means the rupa is rupanaya. Nama means particularly the sensation and the perception, vedana sanya. So this, in other words, something which was vibrated is manifested as something. That is basically the nama rupa. So vijnana pacha nama rupa means here the vijnana is the cause and the nama rupa is the effect. In very simple sentence, if I say a fast vibration was manifested as if something is there. What is the something? A light, sound, taste, smell, or skin sensation. So, due to the fast vibration, something which wasn't there actually, due to the fastness, something which was not there is manifested as if it is there. So that is your vijnana pacha, nama rupa pacha, vijnana. Actually speaking, the vijnana and nama rupa, they are more or less the same thing, which is explained in two different angles. Now what happens? Now up to this level, it's clear that because of the vibration, fast vibration of the different senses, something is created. The things, as I said, the light, sound, the smell, taste, or the skin sensation. The four things that I explained about the skin sensation. This is the level that the little baby is experiencing. And still no thought formation. And the baby experiences them as separate entities. No description, no naming, no details about it. And what happens beyond this? beyond a particular age, we know that the thought formation will start. So the thought formation uh, is the result of the five sensor functions. And we know that this is actually a natural process where the sensor functions will combine together to form thoughts. Now, thoughts are actually formed in different ways, depending on different animals or human beings. We know that most advanced thoughts are formed in human beings. Animals also do have thoughts, but they are not advanced like the human beings. So they mostly depend on their sensor functions or that feel level. It's a human beings who have lots of plans, lots of thinking, lots of stories about each sensor function. So Nama Rupa Pacha Salayatana. So the Nama Rupa, we do not actually call Rupa Nama, but it is the Nama Rupa. Why is that? It's something which is felt, is identified as a Rupa. So when there should be some form of identification or naming for the system to identify a vibration or a Rupa. Also, you have to say that if there is no vibration, there is no naming also. So in fact, they are mutually supporting each other's. If there is no vibration, you can't talk about a naming, isn't it? And if only there is naming, that you can recognize a vibration. So it is a naming which is, or the Vedana Sanya, which occurs first to identify this vibration. That is why it is called Nama Rupa. And the cause is Nama Rupa, and the effect is Salayatana. What is meant by this? Now we talked about these five senses vibrating. All the time, it's not all five involved. Sometimes it depends on the stimulus actually. Depending on that, sometimes maybe two stimuli, maybe 3, 4, or all 5 stimuli are functioning. But the important thing we have to remember is that only one sensor will function at any given time. But because of the speed, it's felt as if the all 5 sensors are functioning. What is meant by Salayatana? Nama Rupa Pacha Salayatana. That is where Ayatana means, or the faculty of the sensor means, it's a function. So what is meant by Nama Rupa is actually a function of a faculty, isn't it? Function of a faculty means the Chakkayatana, which is the eye faculty, ear faculty, which is the Sotayatana, Jivhayatana, which is the tongue or the taste faculty, Ghanayatane means the smell or the nose faculty, and Pottabhayatane means the skin or the body faculty. And also there's another term, sixth one, Vijnanayatane or Manayatane, which is the mind faculty. But one thing to remember is that Manayatane is always a combination of the other faculties. If you have a thought right now, a single thought, that is a collective function of the other 5 senses at some point earlier. So Manayatana, or the mind faculty, is not something that can function independently. It always needs the help of the other 5 faculties. On the other hand, the interpretation of the other 5 faculty functions cannot be done without the mind faculty, which is not there in the little baby with the radiant mind. So what happens here actually? What is meant by Nama Rupa, or the form and naming? Actually, there is a function, isn't it? Function of seeing, function of hearing, function of feeling the taste, function of feeling the smell, and function of the skin sensation. So Nama Rupa means, or the name and form means, there is a function of the 6 senses. Well, it is a 5 senses which creates the 6th sense. So now there is function of this, all these senses. Instead, sensor itself, the word sensor itself is actually the function. The word ayatana in Sinhala is kind of institution, where there is some activities going on. So the same meaning can be applied here. So there is some function going on in these 5 organs. The word organ I use to indicate the muscular component, or the physical component, which is essential for this function. We know that if you do not have the eye, you won't talk about seeing. Similarly, if you are deaf from birth, you can't talk about the hearing, isn't it? Other 5 organs also, imaginary level, you can say that there are very rare diseases where there's absence of smell. So like that, if you do not have that physical organ for some reason, you can't talk about that sensor function. So now we are talking about the Nama Rupa Pachya Salayatana. Nama Rupa means there is function of the 6 senses. What happens here actually? Combination of these 5 sense faculties, which gives rise to what's called the passa, or the contact, meeting together, combination. You can use all those words, parshaya, passa, contact, or combination, combining. All those words can be used to explain the word passa. Basically, in very simple language, if I say, it's a combination of the 5 sense faculties, combination of the functions of these 5 senses. Now what happens at that level? That is where the thought is formed, isn't it? So passa in Pali, for the people who have listened to some of these names, there are 2 levels of the passa which is explained as yes, sorry about the interruption. So passa means simply it is the formation of the thought, isn't it? And that is actually if you are familiar with the terms, you might hear 2 words explained under passa, patika sampassaya, adivachana sampassaya. But if you have never heard these Pali words, please ignore them. But for a person who has listened to this, heard these words, I would use Patiga Sampase and Adivachana Sampase. Patiga means being contact with each other. So these functions of the five senses will contact, meet together. That is your Patiga component. Adivachana means that kind of naming or the description of that product. Now the sensor functions came together and there is kind of explanation of some form of naming occurring. How does it happen? How does that naming occur? That is where we talk about the telepathization. That is, we talk about the instance where a previous perception becomes old perception is reproduced here as a new perception. Purana Sanya becoming Nava Sanya. That is where this telepathization occurs from some previous experience. That is how you can give the naming to that sense experience. Now, say for example, if you heard a sound, a crow, a sound, and you see a picture, that is the vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, and then the word crow is coming up. Now you have got the ear vibration and the eye vibration. I'm sure you can remember about the instances where you showed a crow to a small baby, either your child or a grandchild baby. That is crow. So the baby has vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, because the sound is also coming. And also the baby will hear as a sound the crow's cawing sound. Now that is where the thought is formed. Now the thought crow has been introduced, isn't it? It was a vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, where two of the salayatana, or the two of the faculties, vibrated. And then there is thought formation, which is the combination of the two sensor functions. And afterwards, when the baby sees the crow, the name crow comes from that previous experience, isn't it? That is where this telepathization is explained. So that knowledge or that perception is reproduced here. This is crow. So the Patika Sampase and the Adivachana Sampase. Adivachana Sampase means, in Pali there are 4 words: Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. Anyway, those 4-5 words, I mean, for the person who has heard this, just you will remember. But for a person who has never listened, please do ignore that. Exactly what happens is the combination of the 5 senses gives rise to a different type of a vibration, a different type of a perception, which is called a thought. Right? So the thoughts will start forming only when the child is a little older. Now we know that small babies do not have the thoughts, but this thought formation or this passa occurs subsequently. Now you have got a thought. Now it's a now different type of vibration. Vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, and if it is relevant, the other 3 vibrations combine together to form a different type of a vibration. This vibration or the thought has all those components, but actually you can't see them now. You can't separate out them. And it is just another single vibration only. Number of vibrations combine together to form a different vibration. That again is a simple single vibration. So now the thought called crow is there. And though that vibration, the crow, again is happening very fast. What happens then? You feel it, isn't it? Vedana. Passa paccha vedana. You might have a liking to that, or whether you will have a dislike to that. That is what is meant by Vedana in that level. Enjoying or experiencing the thought, and because it is happening fast again, it's felt as if there is the real crow there. The thought has become real now. There is a persisting or existing crow, and wherever there is something existing, there is an attraction to that, isn't it? So it's felt. Now the thought is felt. Thought has become real. That is where you have the Vedana Pachya Tanha. Wherever it is felt as real, wherever there is a feel that it is existing, there will be kind of craving, either to maintain it or to get rid of it. Both ways. Vedana Pachya Tanha, Tanha Pachya Upadana. What is meant by Upadana? Upadana again, want to have it, want to maintain it. That is what is meant by the Upadana. So now the Tanha is the cause and Upadana is the effect. These are actually these, even though you use different words, they are happening at the same time together. So you can't actually stretch them and write it as 12 facts, because always it happens in a single stimulus. Now, Tanha Pacha Upadana. Upadana Pacha Bhava. Now you want to maintain it and you feel that it is existing. The self, the perception of existence is Bhavaya. So whenever it is felt real, you feel that it's there. Yes, it's there. That is your perception of existence, Bhavaya. So this particular stimulus itself, you have the Bhavaya. The crow is there. Crow is real. That is your Bhavaya. And what happens? The Bhavapacha Jati. Now this is where you are born, isn't it? Wherever there is an existence, there the self is there. So the cause is Bhava and the effect is Jati. Bhavapacha Jati. So wherever there is a cause which is real, which is felt real, the perception of existence and perception of self. Now, if the jack tree is there, yes, I am there. That means jack tree means myself. That is where I am born. The crow is there. Yes, it's real. I can see the crow there. Yes, that's self, myself. Crow means myself, in other words. Now you can see each and every stimulus. If the stimulus is really felt, if the real stimulus becomes a thing, if the stimulus is given a value, Value doesn't mean anything to do with the money, but that feeling of being real, the weight which is given, or the fine fire which is coming within you, that is the birth or the jati. So the bhava pacha jati means wherever there is existence, there is the self. So see, every fraction of second you are getting a stimulus, isn't it? The system is experiencing a stimulus. And in the mundane world, all these things are real, isn't it? Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you feel as a smell, taste, or a skin sensation, all these instances, you are born. Again and again, you are born. It's like a flicker of light. When there's just one flicker of light, it doesn't look like a real light, isn't it? But when the flickering of the lights occur very fast as a series, the whole area will be illuminated. You will see it as a light. That is what happens to jati also. One fraction of second, one stimulus will not give rise to that feeling of self. But because of the speed, when these stimuli are occurring at such a high speed, with each stimulus you are born. And when it happens so fast, when it happens and combined together, you feel as if you are alive, isn't it? So that is the jati, bhavapacha jati, the bhava or the feeling of existence and feeling of self. Does it stop from there? No. The jati, always if you are born, there will be a deterioration of that and there will be marana or the death. Now, jati, jara, marana, three things can be explained in relation to the material world also. Now, for example, even an animal or a human being is born, jati, and over time, jara or the deterioration of this physical body occurs. That is particularly seen now. Jara, the word jara is not only used for the process of becoming old. Even from the small baby's age, becoming to the teenage or the adult state, that is also kind of jara. That is also kind of deterioration, changing. Yeah, changing will be a better word, I think. So from birth, inevitably there will be changing or deterioration. And then at the end, it will come to an end, which we call the marana. Now, this is applicable from the very superficial level also. But what was explained by Lord Buddha was more deeper than this. What Lord Buddha explained was that each thought or each stimulus undergoes this process. So the thought which became real is the jati there. And that thought, even with that such short period, there will be changing pattern of that. What was that both that born thought which was born will change or will deteriorate, and then it will come to an end. That means the marana. So we are actually in every thought we are being born and then we are dying. So what is the point of talking about this death which is going to occur at the end of some 50, 60 years later on. Because every thought we are being born and we are dying. That is why Lord Buddha said that if you understand this Dhamma, there is no death for you because it's happening every fraction of second. You are not worried about that death which is going to occur at the end of this physical body functions because already it is happening. So Jati, Jara, Marana inevitably occurs. So Jati Pacha, the Bhava Pacha, Jati, Jara, Marana, those three things together. And what happens when there is Jati, Jara, Marana? Shoka Parideva, Dukkha, Domanassa. That means, in different words, it is explained, are the sorrow and the suffering. So whenever there is Jati, Jara, Marana, that means a birth, changing or deterioration, and the death, always the effects are going to be the suffering and the sorrow. Soka Parideva. Parideva means the kind of weeping. Soka means the sadness. Dukkha Domanassa is again different words being used to explain all kinds of suffering and sorrow. So the cause is Jati Jara Marana and the effect is all kinds of suffering and the sadness. So in very simple words, you can say that whenever there is a thought which is a construct of the mind, taken as real, felt as real because of the avijja, because of the ignorance, always brings to the uh, birth of the self, which means the stimulus which became a thing ends up with suffering. So this is the process actually. This is the true process that is happening with every living being. The trees, of course, you can't talk about it because there is no consciousness related to the trees. But the trees also undergo some form of process according to the natural law. But there is no thought formation, no consciousness. Therefore, there is no current formed in that system. So there is no current that has to be synchronized to another tree. The end of that tree means it is the end of everything. But in the animals and the human beings, this process means that there is always a current which is created. That current is the one which is resonated or synchronized to another birth. That is why it's a continuous journey for the animals and the human beings. Because we have the thought formation, we have the consciousness, we have the ignorance, and that is what is not there in the trees. So, so this is the normal path of the dependent origination, where the thoughts are formed as a part of the natural process. But when the thought is taken as real, when the thought is felt as real, because of the speed it's felt as real, that is where all the suffering is. If I use a different set of words, if the world is real, that is where you are also. You are born. And every fraction of second you are born and then you die. So Lord Buddha understood this deep philosophy of dependent origination. And very clearly he said that this is always happening in each and every stimulus. So after reaching the end of this path, and then after having this complete understanding, Lord Buddha revised this again and again. He went backwards from the beginning to the end, and from the end to the beginning again, forward and backwards. He studied so many times over some weeks that we explain as the 7 weeks that he was revising this Dhamma that he understood. And he made sure that it was correct before he preached it to the world. And he felt that it is true. And that is the way of uh, ending up the suffering and the sorrow, understanding this process. Now, if we go back, the normal way is called anuloma. Anuloma means a normal process of moving forward and a thought becoming real and the world becoming real, and then the self is also there. And that is where the sorrow and the suffering is. Pratiloma means you revise backwards. So why? That is how actually Lord Buddha understood it. He knew that everything is a suffering. Everywhere there is sorrow. What is a cause for the sorrow? Lord Buddha was investigating. Cause for the sorrow is because there is a birth and death. If there is a birth, always there is a death. So the cause of the sorrow is there as long as an animal or a human being is born. And invariably when there is a birth, it is tagged with the death at some time. This is actually even understandable by any person, even belonging to any other religion. Also, we know that if a person is born, always at some stage there will be death. But as I said earlier, this is not what Lord Buddha said, not what the other religions are teaching you. He said about this birth and death occurring at each fraction of second. So now the cause for the sorrow is birth. And because the birth is always tagged with death, so that is where the sorrow is. What is the cause for the birth? That is because of the craving or the attachments. Okay, when the cravings is there, tanha upadana, bhava. So because the cravings are there, it's felt as if it is existing. And existing means there is this birth. So now going back a little bit more, because of the feeling of existence, you can call it the self-perception or the birth. And why do you feel it's existing? Because of the craving or the attachment. Craving or the attachment gives rise to that feeling. Yes, they are there. Tanha upadana. Why does it feel that there is a craving? Because you feel it. Vedana, isn't it? You feel either the dukkha vedana, sukha vedana. So dukkha vedana means you feel it as something sad. Sukha vedana means you feel it as something which is happy and enjoyable. And also you have the vedana of as if it is there, the existing feeling. So why is it Why do you feel it like that? Because there is contact or the puzzle. That is where the thoughts are formed, isn't it? So when the thoughts are formed, you feel it, and then you feel it as if it is existing. The feeling of existing means there is jati, right? So the basic, now going back to the level where there is thought formation. How does the thought formed? And going back a little bit, Lord Buddha understood that the thoughts are formed as a product of the five senses. So the five senses, what are the five senses? He recognized that it is the institutional function, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And he also understood that different animals do have different types of senses. Even with one sense of function, that feeling of existence can occur. That is the worst part of it. We know that animals, little animals like earthworm, who has mainly one sensor, which is the skin. But even with that one sensor, it feels that it is existing. That is why it digs deep into the soil when there is warm weather to escape from that, to save its dear life. But for human beings, we have five senses. Different animals do have different senses. Number can vary, and it may be one sensor, it may be 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe even some animals do have more than that. Combination of these sensor functions will give rise to this process of this dependent origination, where there is feeling of self-existence. They do not have complicated thoughts the earthworm will not have a thought saying, I want to escape, I have to go deep into the soil. There's no thought like that. But it has this feeling of existence, feeling of self. So want to maintain that self. That feel is there. And on that feel it acts and then tries to escape from that harmful environment. So now Lord Buddha understood that the thoughts are the result of the five senses. And he very clearly understood that different animals do have different senses. You can't talk about any experience beyond the sense level. That is why he said the salayatana loko. So all these so-called materialistic world is creations of the five senses. We feel the things hard, we feel the things soft, we feel the things liquid or like air, like nature, and temperature. They are all felt by the skin, which are the qualities of the skin. And none of them are actually permanent. That is how you feel them actually. The solidity is not the table that is in front of you, but that hardness that you feel is called solidity. So because the table is felt hard, we sometimes mistakenly feel that all the hard things that you can see coming under solidity. That is because they are felt hard, because you have touched them at one point and you have got that perception that they are hard. That is how you put all these solid looking things under the solidity. But it's always your skin sensation. So Lord Buddha found out that important point where it's always within that limit of that sense of feeling. And we know that some animals do have specific senses that we do not have. So the way that they experience is completely different. Now, even a simple insect like cockroach, they mostly depend on their specific two antennas-like sensors that catches a little vibration of the air. That is why when you try to reach the cockroach, rather than seeing it, what it feels is that change in the airflow. So that is a different type of a sensor, isn't it? So the Lord Buddha understood this important fact. The thoughts are the construct of the five senses. Then he went backwards. How does the senses function? He realized that with his super wisdom, he realized that always it is a fast vibration at each sensor level. Now, these facts, do you think will be able to understand at your and my level? No. It is an extraordinary super wisdom, I would say, because I don't know what other words you can use. It's the unique and uh, super kind of wisdom that he had. So he found out that each sensor function means there is a fast speed occurring there. And it's a speed which gives rise to this feeling of light, feeling of sound, feeling of smell, taste, and the skin sensation. Now we have fairly gone, Lord Buddha has gone fairly deep into that. He felt that if there is a vibration of that, and that vibration becomes equal to another vibration, that is how this concept of seeing occurs, which has been actually explained by the present day scientists with different theories, spring theory, etc. And also they talk about the quantum packets. So the modern words are the telepathization. Also, you can say resonation or equalization, becoming equal. That becomes this. This is the mechanism, as I mentioned earlier, happening at the thought level also. How did that identification of that shape came as a crow is a previous experience telepathizing here. So it has to be experienced at some stage for you to understand, explain, or identify something. Also, at the level of the sensors, the same mechanism is happening. When there is vibration here at this level, that vibration becomes equal to another vibration, which we call, I can see that shape, I can see the light. Even though you say, I can see, there is no self actually who was doing it. So the vibrations become equal, not something that came from outside to inside. There was no light coming from outside to the eye. There was no sound coming from outside to here. Only if there was a vibration of this place, you can talk about something vibrating outside. There are trillions of vibrations occurring and disappearing, occurring and disappearing. And what happens is in this process of seeing or hearing, the vibrations become equal. That is simple as that. If there is no equalization, you can't talk about seeing. If there is no vibration of this organ here, In this system, you can't again talk about seeing or hearing. So that is what is happening actually. Now Lord Buddha understood that the vibration, fast vibration, is the one which gives rise to the uh, feeling of existence of a light or a sound or a smell, taste, or the skin sensation. How does it happen? That is because it's constructed or aggregated. Sakas vima. Because of the construct, only you feel as if it is there. That is where the vijnana is. The word vijnana is always used, the consciousness used to indicate that there is something is felt. A light is felt, a sound is felt, as if it is there. Some kind of separation is there. That is what is meant by the vijnana. Venkirimak. So, when there is a vijnana, that means there is a construct. Because of that construct only, it is felt as separation. So, to happen this construct is happening because it's not seen as a construct. Aggregation is not seen as an aggregation, but it is felt as real. So, in other words, the ignorance is there throughout this process. So, if there is no construct or if there is no aggregation, then you can't experience anything, isn't it? For you to experience something, there should be a construct or aggregation happening. And if there is no aggregation or if there is no construct, if there is no sankara, in that situation, instead of ignorance, there is the vidyava, and the lack of absence of ignorance means basically there is nothing, nothingness, or the shunyatavya is what is experienced. But actually saying that the way that you see, hear, or felt is no different from a person who has not understood the Dhamma. They experience in the same way simply because uh, the faculties are functioning. So, at the level of the faculties, there's something created. Only difference is that you know that it is not true. So, when there is no avijja, when there is no ignorance, you know that this is not real. This is a construct, this is an illusion, that clear understanding is there. So, when that clear understanding is there, uh, you don't have that cravings or you don't have that feeling to maintain it, isn't it? Things are happening in the normal way, stimuli are occurring in the normal way, but there's no craving to maintain it. There's no self here, and there's no uh, feeling of existence, no feeling of perception. That is the level that uh, is separated out. Things are experienced, the thoughts are formed in the normal way, but no burning underneath that. So, that is the experience when you are talking about this dependent origination. Everything is a process that is happening. So whether it is going forward or backwards is completely depends on the person's ability to understand this Dhamma. Now, for you and me in the mundane world, always this dependent origination is moving forward in the normal way. But for an Arhat who has got a complete inner transformation, it's going in the reverse order. Thoughts are formed, but then and there, Arhat state of mind is that Arhat understands, Arhat very clearly knows that there's nothing in this one. This is just a creation. So it's something like that. Huge mirrors are fixed in a room. You are seeing so many people walking, like so many reflections are there, but you know that same person, one person is seen in as many people in those mirror walled rooms. You know that this when dancing is being practiced in the professional way, they have what's called the mirror walls. That gives you the person gives the reflection of that how beautiful the person is dancing. That uh, empowers that thought about the dancing, isn't it? You feel that it is beautiful and you feel as if everything is multiplied. But you and me know that it is just a reflection. But does the little child knows or the animals know it? You may have seen sometimes in front of the TV screens, uh, your pets are watching it. Sometimes children are watching, small babies. And sometimes baby will go up to the screen and try to touch that. The cats and the dogs sometimes reach the uh, screen and see whether there is a similar dog or a cat. And some of them are actually will go behind the screen and see whether there is anyone behind that. We know that the monkeys sometimes try to remove the side mirrors of the vehicles because they can see a reflection. The birds will come and peck on the mirror of the side mirrors in the vehicles because it can see a bird. A dog who sees the reflection on the water when it is crossing on a bridge will bark at that dog that is seen in the water, thinking that there is a real dog. So those are the instances where the reflection is taken as real and then they behave in that way. But for you and me, those situations we know that it's not real. We know that it is simply a reflection. But what about the rest of the world? If I say all these things are reflections, if I say like that, what will be your opinion? You might say, no, the mirror, of course, we know it's not real. We know that the reflection in the water is not real, but the rest of the world, you can feel, you can see. How can you say that it is just a reflection? That is the ignorance. It's the same as if you see the mirage, the way that you see in the mirror and the way that you see in the water, a still surface where you see the reflection. But the fact is, because of the ignorance, we do not understand that rest of the world is also exactly the same thing that you are experiencing in the mirror or the mirage. So it's very hard to be convinced. We know that because that is what we were actually experiencing all this time. That was a unique Dhamma that was found by Lord Buddha, that everything is a creation. Everything is a creation due to the speed, and everything is a creation in the mind instantly. But in the mind also there is nothing persisting. It comes up right now and it's gone the next fraction of second. But what happens here is that some sensors are functioning. Some sensors are functioning at a very high speed. And because of the speed, a kind of current is created. That current or that field is the one that is labeled as myself. Actually, there is no self who is conducting all these things. There is no authoritative body here. But that current is interpreted as myself. So these are the things that I explained in the 4 levels of the 4 levels of the practical experience that has been practiced by R.N. Mahanse for so many years before introducing that to you and me. And he did it for years actually. The first step, I remember saying that he did it for about 2-3 years. So now that he knows that it is the pathway that can be applied to any person, simple enough actually. So for you and me, it may not need that long because it is time tested, isn't it? So we know that as the first step, we try to focus to the self and identify that all these are thoughts. That is the passa level. And the passa is the result of the 5 senses. The cause is the 5 senses and the effect is the passa. And passa means a thought formation. So everything is in the mind. That is the first level of contemplation. And when you understand this mechanism of this dependent origination, then you know that there's nothing called a thought also. This is just a fast creation right now, which gives rise to all this sadness and sufferings at the end. So then we know that it is only the salayatana level or the sensor level which are functioning. So the cause is the salayatana or the senses, and the effect is the passa. And the current which is created in this process, is what is felt as a living being. So the importance is that the speed is the cause here. The effect is the feeling of alive. So you can apply it to different places of this dependent origination, or take it as the series, but always must remember that this is something that happens then and there. It's not something that occurs separately. All 12 steps occur right now in this moment, and all steps will reverse right at this moment in this stimulus. So when a stimulus is not true, when a stimulus doesn't have a fire or a current, when you do not feel that it is real, like the feel that you get when you are looking at the mirage, the way that you feel when you look at the mirror reflection, it has to be happening to each and every stimulus. So that is where the value is not there. Value is gone. When the value is gone, when there is no value, that means there is no jati also. No jati means you are not born. When there is no birth, You can't talk about the Jara Marana or the deterioration and the death also. When there is no Jati Jara Marana, you wouldn't talk about the suffering or the sorrow either. So things can be applied in very simple way like that. Wherever there is a thought which is not a thing, this Paticca the process will be reversed. That means the avidya or the ignorance is also not there. So whatever the stimulus which becomes true or which has a value, then this process has moved forward, and always there is jati or the birth and the jara marana and the sorrow, suffering, all that is there. So if I summarize in 2 sentences, whenever there is a thing in a stimulus, you are born and the suffering is there. Whenever there is no thing in the stimulus, no value in the stimulus, there is no birth of yourself, and then there is no suffering. So that is what we have to now understand from this process of happening. How can we stop taking it as a thing? Can you do it? How can you reverse this process? Only way is to understand how this system is functioning, how the thoughts are formed, how the thought is felt as real, what is meant by this self. So those are the things that you have to research. When you research like that, you know that if that story about the speed is not there, there won't be any thoughts. There won't be a self also. But it is something that is happening in the natural way, so you can't stop that process either. So when you can't stop that process, what should be done? Understand how it happens. Now, as we say very often, when you know the tricks of the magic, you are seeing the magic. You can't stop the magic simply because you know the magician's tricks. All are set for the magic show, and all are there to watch the magic. So simply because you have found out how these tricks are done, you can't forcibly go and stop that magic show. Instead, what you can do is you can still watch the magic, but you have you do not have that burning excitement within you. You will have some interest, or you will have some happiness or some form of enjoyment by watching it. Yes, you can see that how the birds are escaping, how a bunch of red roses are coming up from a box. You will feel happy, you will be enjoying that magic show. But like an adult watching a magic show with a child, the child is full of enthusiasm, full of surprises. Or in other words, a child is full of burns within himself because that magic show is true to him. But for you, you know the tricks. If you know the tricks, then that full of surprises or full of enthusiasm, that part will not be there. Okay, you will smile with your child. You will say, "Oh yes, that's beautiful. That trick of course is really really nice, and I like that trick more than the others." So you can have a little chat with your child also. You can still enjoy that magic show or your self drama, and you might feel sad sometimes. You will feel happy sometimes. You might even get a bit angry. Oh, why did he do like that? That shouldn't have happened. Could have been better if he did it this way. So those may be some thoughts that are coming up. They are all part of the mind faculty. Can you stop them occurring? No. But you know this is just a magic show. You know that this is just simply a film that is running. And you know that it is not true. In other words, you know that the world is not true. All this drama is going on, but there is no fire within you. So that is the nirvana. Aryan Mahanse says that each and every fraction of second, in each and every stimulus, a system can touch nirvana. As long as you do not have a fire in relation to uh, that stimulus, then you have touched the nirvana at that moment. But it will not last. The next stimulus, you will feel it as real, and then again yourself is there. So there are fluctuations like this at the beginning. There may be occasional instances where the system is touching nirvana. Each instance, as I said, there is no self, there is no thing there, but the things are felt, seen, or hear in the normal way. But it's not taken as a thing, it's not given a value. So that instance, you have touched nirvana, but you don't know really. There are many instances like that in the day-to-day life where the stimuli are happening, but there is only an action thought or the kriya siddha. It's happening at the sensor level. You do not know that you have touched the uh, nirvana at that moment. But this experience will be more often happening, and the frequency will be higher, and the moments that the things or the stimuli becoming valuable or real will be less and less. So as I said, there will be oscillations like the pendulum moving from side to side in a person who is in the path. What you experience basically is that many sensor functions which brought up a lot of excitement, that excitement is the one which becomes less and less. It may be in the form of various physical materials like going on trips, wearing new clothes, jewelries, maybe other things that ladies like very much, maybe food, which is common to every person, music, uh, friends calling, watching various musical dramas or watching TV. You can have a long list of the things that led to excitement of your senses at one point. But with time, you might feel that the excitement created by these are not as much as earlier. That's a happening. That is something happening automatically in a person who is in this path. It's not something that happens due to physical disability or your age. That factor has to be excluded because as a grandmother, you may not have that excitement that you had about the clothes. You may not have that excitement about visiting various, the going on trips, etc. I'm not talking about that, but provided that you can still enjoy that environment, that excitation is not there. You will not avoid going to those places either. Remember, a person might try to suppress its wantedness to go on trips or eat certain food, wear something beautiful. That desires can be suppressed by some people. It's a completely wrong interpretation, actually. They might feel that because I am listening to them, I shouldn't be doing these things. I shouldn't go on trips. I should only listen to them. I shouldn't watch a teledrama. So, various incorrect views are occurring among the people sometimes. You have to be careful with that because Lord Buddha did not put restrictions like that. An arhat or a person who is sort of having this inner transformation will lose the interest of those. But if you happen to uh, take part in such situations, you can certainly do it without having any inner hard feelings about taking part in such instances. You can always, I mean, not only taking part, you can always be happy, you can always appreciate the things uh, again without any fire inside. Now, there are many instances that we hear sometimes. Mothers say that children are going on a trip. They ask me whether I would like to go, but I wanted to stay at home and listen to the Dhamma. Whether you stayed behind with the fire or without fire is something that you have to understand yourself. Because a person might feel that want to go and enjoy that, but still, because of that wrong vision, that a person who is on the path should not take part in such events, and suppressing that need or suppressing that willingness to go to such places and staying at home is not what should happen. If the children are asking you to join, please go ahead. You can go ahead and join with them, and then you might be able to enjoy. You can do whatever they want you to do, but there shouldn't be a hard feeling within you, oh, I'm wasting the time. I should have listened to a Dhamma at this time. That shouldn't be the case. On the other hand, uh, if you didn't go, if you wanted to go somewhere, but you are trying to suppress your feelings and you want to stay at home because there is a self who is trying to be good. That is your self perception again, very strong self perception. A self who is trying to be good, trying to avoid such uh, uh, such unsuitable things. So that again is against your path. So these are some of the pitfalls actually that you should be able to identify. Very often we hear such instances where mothers are explaining about the experiences, uh, but they do not realize that actually what is their inner feeling has to be uh, identified. The inner feeling is not something that others can identify. Whether you took part in that activity willingly or unwillingly, or trying to be uh, a good person, trying to be a dharmic uh, personality by trying to do those things forcibly. It's not what Lord Buddha said actually. When there is inner transformation, automatically this need to have this excitation comes down. So it is not something that has to be done by force. It will occur spontaneously. Wait for the time. And when you are uh, uh, patiently waiting for this instance, you will feel itself. You might wonder how it happened actually. I didn't do anything, but now this is how I feel now. That is the way that you might explain such situations. So wait for that moment. Be patient. Just continue to listen to the Dhamma sermons and revise the facts which are explained. And if you are in Sri Lanka, there are many opportunities to join one of the practical programs actually. It's happening in Australia. It happened once in Australia. I'm sure they are trying to arrange more such programs. But even if you do not have that opportunity, you can sort of go through these 4 steps of contemplation. First is you have to understand that this is always a thought. The crow is not there outside. Crows constructed in your mind. Sun is not there outside. Of course, I'm not saying that there's nothing outside. If you say, this is my sun, it is a touch to the skin. It's a picture to the eye. It's a sound to the ear. And it may be a smell to the nose. And where did this live sun come up? The live and real existing sun was a creation in the mind, isn't it? That is where you are also created. So my sun is there, sun, and I am here. So whether the sun is standing in front of you or the sun is just a thought at this moment, both are same. That is what Aryan Maharshi recently explained. Whether the sun is right in front of you standing as a picture to the eye, as a sound to the ear, as a touch to the skin, or right now sun is not at home, he's away at work. But in your mind, if you talk about sun, all the entities, all the sensor functions about the sun will be produced right now. So whether the sun is in front of you or whether the sun is in the mind, both situations, it is the world is a truth. World is truth for you. And then only you have to analyze and see how did the sun come to the mind. So sun has started coming up to the mind as a thought, maybe for the last 25, 30 years, depending on the age of the sun, isn't it? So then you know that it is not something permanently lasting in the mind. Sun was constructed right at this moment. How did the sun was constructed? It was by the senses. Senses were functioning and created something due to the speed. And if sun is not real, if this concept is not real, there is no self also. As long as the real sun is either outside or in your mind right now, myself is also there as a mom. So these are in very short way the 4 steps that we explained. So even if you do not have the facilities to join one such practical programs, try to understand these 4 levels of contemplation. It is actually a matter of introducing this concept of no self right from the beginning actually. Especially now in the first level of contemplation, you wouldn't take it as it's in my mind, it's in my mind. Just you can shed that part mind, but it's in the mind. It's a construct in the mind. So that is how you should take it. each step by step. What is tried is to get rid of this self feeling. So by the fourth step, actually some form of function is happening, that my concept is almost gone. And this you can apply to every day-to-day activity, uh, depending on what you are doing. So right at the beginning, something simple like walking or sweeping can be taken and practice this. But you will realize that it becomes applicable to everything that you are doing day to day. And you will feel that there is no self here in this system. So this is the beauty of the Dhamma. Whatever the stimulus which are occurring will occur, but there is no owner to that. So I hope I could convey some information to you from this sermon. And please listen to these sermons from wherever you are, whatever the time you can find. There will be one person, somebody will be doing a sermon every time. And if you can join the question time also, discussion time also from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, that is also really worth. You have found the correct path, that I can assure you. And to understand this Dhamma, it might take some time. Don't worry about the timing. And you do not have to have a rush kind of thing, process, but take your time. Because you can't do the things at the speed that you want to. It will take some time. So I will conclude the session now. I very respectfully worship Triple Gem. I also worship at Aryan Mahanse's feet. Thank you, Thiruvan Saranaya Aryan Mahansa, for all the supervision and the guide you are providing us. May all our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem, and also our team, technical team who is helping us always be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranaya.